Welcome to Haven Stories channel. Here's the first segment of The Silent Pines, Whispers from the Old Trail, 1,200 words. I'll stop here and wait for your continue before moving to the next cohesive segment. I thought silence was what I was looking for. After weeks of driving through Oregon's back roads, passing through little timber towns with shuttered gas stations and empty diners, all I wanted was stillness. Somewhere away from the buzz of other campers, away from cell towers, away from the endless humming that follows you when you're never truly alone. That's what drew me to Deschutes National Forest. The ranger at a nearby station warned me gently that the old trail out by the Silent Pines wasn't maintained anymore, that no one camped there anymore, that it was better to stick closer to the established sites. But there was something about the way he avoided my eyes when he said it, the way his voice softened like he didn't want to admit fear but couldn't hide unease. That was what made me decide. If a place carried silence heavy enough to unsettle a man who worked in it, that was the silence I wanted. The road narrowed the deeper I drove, my RV humming low as the trees closed in like a tunnel. Pines stood shoulder to shoulder, their black trunks scarred from lightning and wind, their crowns leaning toward each other as if they were gossiping. By the time I pulled into a small clearing barely wide enough to level my RV, dusk had settled and the air smelled sharp. Resin, pine needles, the faint sweetness of wet earth. It was the kind of smell that reminded you of childhood hikes, but it sat heavy, almost too sweet, like a fruit just past ripe. I told myself it was nothing. I stepped out, stretched, listened. No wind, no bird song, just the faint creak of old branches high above, like joints grinding in a body too ancient to move. I should have noticed it then, how the quiet wasn't natural, how it pressed against the ears like thick cloth. But I smiled, told myself this was what I came for. A fire crackled into life at the edge of the clearing, the glow dancing against the bark. I ate. I wrote a few notes in my travel journal, and I convinced myself I could sleep. Sleep didn't come easy. It was too quiet, the kind of quiet that forces your mind to fill in the blanks. I kept thinking I heard something outside, the brush of pine needles across bark, the soft thud of something shifting weight, the sharp crack of a twig snapping. But every time I held my breath, I told myself it was nothing. Just trees, just the forest, just the way my mind made noise where none lived. I was wrong. It must have been after midnight when I first heard it. A whisper, faint, but too clear to be wind. Just a single word stretched thin, sliding through the branches. My name. I shot upright in bed, heart pounding so hard I felt it in my throat. The RV was dark except for the red blink of the stove light. I told myself I was dreaming, half awake. But then it came again, closer this time. Not a scream, not even a call, a whisper, like someone leaning in close enough to let their lips brush your ear. I didn't move for what felt like hours, listening. And in that time, I realized the whisper wasn't one voice. It shifted. First low and rough, like my father's voice when he was tired, then soft and sharp, like my mother when she was trying not to cry. Then another. One I knew I recognized but couldn't place in the moment, like a face you know but can't remember from where. They took turns, these voices, as though the forest were flipping through a book of my past and reading lines out loud. Fear pulled me to the window. The clearing outside was pale with moonlight, trees etched black against silver. Nothing moved. But when the whisper came again, I realized with a cold certainty it wasn't coming from one place. It came from the trees themselves, each trunk sighing with a different voice. I told myself not to go outside. I told myself no good ever came from chasing voices into the woods. But denial is powerful. Curiosity is sharper. And something about hearing my father's voice again, even though he'd been dead 10 years, pulled me harder than fear could hold me back. I opened the door. Cold air hit me, sharp with pine and something damp beneath it, like soil turned over with wet hands. The fire had burned low, nothing but ash and ember. The whisper rose around me, not louder but closer, threading between branches like silk. I walked to the edge of the clearing, flashlight in hand, though the beam felt thin against that kind of darkness. Every step pressed needles underfoot, soft but deliberate, like walking on the breath of something sleeping. "Hello?" My voice cracked. It sounded small, swallowed instantly by the pines. The whispers fell silent, as though waiting. My hand shook, beam wobbling across bark. Then, faint to my left, laughter. My sister's laugh. Not loud, not wild, just the little giggle she made when she tried to hide a smile. She died when I was 15. I hadn't heard that sound in decades. And yet, here it was, drifting like smoke through the trees. My legs carried me forward before my mind could object. Branches brushed my shoulders, needles caught in my hair. The ground dipped and rose as the trail, what little remained of it, pulled me deeper. My flashlight beam caught old blazes carved into bark, faded slashes from an axe, markers left by someone long ago. The old trail, the one the ranger told me not to follow. My heart rattled, but I kept walking, following the sound of a laugh that could not exist. After a while, I couldn't tell if I was walking 5 minutes or 50. The forest bent time, pulling it into threads I couldn't hold. The whispers multiplied, overlapping, friends I hadn't seen in years, a teacher's voice, a stranger who once gave me directions on a long road trip. Voices. Here's the second segment of The Silent Pines, Whispers from the Old Trail. 200 words. I didn't realize at first. After all, a sleepless night in the woods can twist your senses, make you think you're hearing things when you're really just haunted by the echoes of your own exhaustion. But when the gray wash of dawn finally seeped through the curtains, painting everything with that lifeless morning light, I knew something wasn't right. I hadn't slept at all, yet my dreams had followed me into waking. The whispers hadn't stopped, they'd only changed. Fainter, yes, but constant, like the murmur of people behind a wall. The worst part was that I could tell they were speaking to each other, not just to me. Fragments slipped through, tones that reminded me of hushed conversations at funerals, of secrets swapped in corners where you weren't meant to hear. I yanked open the curtains, hoping the sight of the world in daylight would break the spell. But the forest outside looked the same, dark, damp, the trees watching. I stepped out, clutching a coffee thermos like it might shield me, scanning for signs that I had actually walked to that hollow last night. The fire pit was cold, just ashes. The trail at the edge of the clearing looked undisturbed, pine needles smoothing it over, no footprints, no broken branches, as if my frantic escape hadn't left a trace. It should have comforted me. It didn't. It felt like the forest had erased my presence, covered me over the way water hides a stone once thrown. I packed in silence, telling myself I'd drive out, head north, maybe stay somewhere near Bend where people and lights and noise filled the air. But when I turned the ignition, the engine coughed, sputtered, and died. Again and again. I checked the gas. Full. Checked the battery. Fine. The RV had never failed me before, but the harder I tried, the heavier the silence grew, until I could swear the trees leaned closer. Listening. I stopped, forehead against the wheel. That's when I heard it, clearer than before. My mother's voice from just outside the window. She said my name the way she used to when I came home late, gentle, disappointed, pleading. I whipped my head, and for one insane moment, I thought I'd see her face framed in the glass. But there was only the pale bark of a pine, rough with scars, shadows curling where branches crossed. I couldn't stay in the RV. The air inside felt poisoned, thick with whispers seeping through the seams. I stepped out into the clearing, the morning light weak as candle flame beneath the canopy. I walked to the edge, fists clenched, every instinct screaming to run. But the trail wasn't just trail anymore. It called, and this time I realized it wasn't just voices I recognized. It was voices that knew things. One of them, the sharp, clipped tone of an old friend from high school, spoke about something I had never told anyone. A lie I'd told when I was 17, one that had gotten someone else in trouble so I could walk away clean. The words floated from the branches and I froze, throat tight. How could it know? Another voice, My grandfather's, a man who had died before I was born, told me a story from my family's past that I'd only learned in adulthood. A shameful story, whispered down through generations. Yet here it was, spoken in his own imagined cadence, as if he had been waiting among the trees just to deliver it. The ground beneath me shifted, not literally, but in my perception, as though the clearing wasn't solid, like I stood at the edge of a deep well, one tug away from falling. And I knew then the forest wasn't mimicking voices. It was mining something from me, pulling truths I thought buried, dragging them into the air to use against me. The thought made me sick, but a darker thought came right after. If the forest could give me the voices I lost, did that mean I could ask for more? Could I hear my father again properly this time, not just fragments? Could I hear the apology my sister never got to say? Could I speak to the people who had slipped away, whose absence? I've spent most of my life on the road, chasing mile markers and gas stations, hauling cargo through mountains that feel as old as time itself. But when I finally stepped away from trucking, I thought an RV would be my way to slow things down, to make peace with the highways that had once swallowed whole months of my life. I thought pulling into campgrounds would feel different from backing into loading docks. I thought it would feel like freedom. What I didn't know was that some roads don't let go of you just because you switch gears. Some roads remember your name. And some campgrounds are more than a place to park. They're waiting rooms for things you'd rather never meet. I bought the RV at 55, just outside of Knoxville. A 30-footer, not fancy, but steady, big enough to feel like home, small enough to handle those Appalachian switchbacks. I told myself it was a reward for years of pushing diesel rigs through midnight storms. The plan was simple. Drive slow, stop when I wanted, explore the valleys and ridges I had only ever glanced at through a windshield. The first trip I mapped out was through the Blue Ridge stretch, winding from Tennessee into western North Carolina. My late wife, Sarah, used to dream about taking that drive. She always wanted to camp by the rivers, to wake up with fog spilling down the mountainsides like smoke from some hidden fire. She didn't live long enough to see it, but when I pulled that RV out onto the highway, I felt her with me. Every bend in the road, every shadow across the pines, it was like she was whispering, "Don't rush. Look closer." The first few days felt almost holy. Mornings in the RV park came alive with the hiss of percolators and the thump of kids' feet against gravel. Evenings softened into cricket calls and the faint glow of fire pits. But then came the night that shifted everything. The one that taught me that the Appalachian quiet isn't always peace. Sometimes it's warning. I had pulled into a small, almost forgotten campground near Irwin, Tennessee. It wasn't on my original route. The sun was dropping, and I didn't want to push through the passes in the dark, so I took the turnoff when I saw the faded sign. Riverside Rest, Campground and Cabins. The road into it was narrow, hemmed in by sycamores whose branches knit together like a ceiling. My headlights barely touched the gravel, and the RV seemed to groan against the incline. By the time I reached the clearing, I could only see 3 other rigs, all spaced far apart. I picked a spot near the river, though I could barely make it out through the trees. The water was loud, almost too loud, as if the river had swollen from rains upstream. The air smelled damp, like leaves left to rot. I told myself it was just mountain moisture, the kind that clings to your clothes, but there was something else underneath it, something metallic, like rust. After leveling the RV and hooking up, I decided to walk down to the river. The path was little more than packed dirt, slick in places where water seeped through. The closer I got, the colder it felt, like stepping into a basement. The river churned dark and fast, even though the sky had been clear all day. I stood there longer than I meant to, watching the current twist around half-drowned branches. That's when I heard it. A knock. Not a woodpecker, not branches snapping, a hollow, deliberate knock. I froze, scanning the tree line. Nothing moved. Not a squirrel, not a bird. Then it came again. 3 beats, steady, like someone rapping on a door. Except it wasn't coming from any cabin or camper. It was coming from upriver, carried over the water. I backed away, heart thudding louder than the river. The knock didn't follow, but when I turned to leave, I swore I saw movement in the trees across the water. A figure, maybe. Tall, still, almost blending with the trunks. I blinked hard, and it was gone. That night, inside the RV, I couldn't sleep. The other rigs were dark, no campfires burning, no voices carrying. It was as though the whole campground had folded into silence. Around midnight, the knocking returned. Not far this time. It came from behind the RV, where the woods pressed close. 3 deliberate knocks, spaced evenly like a hand asking to be let in. I gripped the curtain, too afraid to pull it back. The air in the RV thickened, heavy with that metallic smell I'd noticed at the river. My chest ached with each breath. Then came the sound of water dripping, though it hadn't rained. A slow, rhythmic patter against the roof, sliding down the walls. When I finally forced myself to look, I saw nothing outside. No figure, no water, just trees shifting under the weight of the dark. By morning, I felt foolish. I told myself it was exhaustion from the road, imagination feeding on silence. The other campers were already gone, their spots empty, like they'd never been there. I packed up quick, eager to shake the place from my mind. But before I pulled out, I noticed something on the dirt road leading out of the campground. 3 circles pressed into the mud, like someone had walked barefoot in a perfect triangle pattern. The prints were too long to be human, narrow at the heel, widening toward the toes. I didn't stop again until I reached Asheville, but the unease followed me. At night, when the wind gusted against the RV, I'd hear it as knocking. When water dripped from the awning after a rain, I'd smell that metallic tang. And in the corner of my mirrors, sometimes I thought I saw that figure standing just beyond the reach of the lights, watching. It would have been easy to cut the trip short, to turn back and call it a bad memory. But I'd spent my life pushing freight through worse. Black ice in Montana, dust storms in Texas, tornadoes in Kansas. Fear doesn't ease if you run from it. It digs deeper. And so I kept driving deeper into the Appalachians, telling myself I'd find the heart of what was haunting me. When I rolled into a small campground outside of Boone, North Carolina, I met a man named Curtis. He was in his 60s, wiry, with the kind of sun-leathered face that only comes from decades outdoors. His camper looked older than mine, patched with aluminum sheets and duct tape. We struck up a conversation over coffee by the communal fire pit. I didn't tell him everything, just hinted at strange noises and a restless feeling that wouldn't shake. He didn't laugh. He didn't dismiss it. He just stared into the flames and said, "You've been hearing the river folk." The words hung there, heavier than smoke. I asked what he meant, and he leaned closer, lowering his voice. These mountains keep what they want. Old souls, lost travelers, folks who drowned in the currents or vanished in the hollers. They knock so you'll notice them, so you'll step closer. But once you answer, once you step off the safe ground, they don't let you back. The fire crackled between us, and I felt that cold basement air wash over me again, even though the night was warm. I wanted to laugh, to tell myself it was just campfire talk. But then Curtis lifted his sleeve and showed me a scar that wrapped his forearm, deep and jagged, as though something had clamped down and torn. "Don't ever follow the knocks," he said. "Don't ever look too long at the trees across the water. That's how they find you." I carried Curtis's words with me that night like a weight I couldn't set down. Don't ever follow the knocks. His voice echoed in my chest as I sat inside the RV, staring at the ceiling, listening to every shift of wind, every pop of cooling metal. I wanted to believe he was just a superstitious old camper, spinning local ghost stories for the sake of a captive ear. But the scar on his arm wasn't imagination, and the hollow sound of knocking I'd heard by the river still lived in my bones. I thought about Sarah. How she used to tell me that fear was often just memory trying to get your attention. She said the past had ways of knocking too. Maybe that's what was happening to me. Grief wrapping itself in the voice of the woods, the smell of rust, the pounding of water. But when midnight came and I heard it again, 3 deliberate knocks against the thin wall of the RV, I knew this wasn't just grief. I didn't move. I didn't breathe. The sound didn't come from the door or the window. It came from the rear, near the hitch. Slow, hollow, steady, like a hand. I closed my eyes and tried to imagine it was branches tapping or raccoons clawing. But I'd hauled cargo long enough to know the language of knocks. I knew the difference between accident and intention. This was intention. I told myself not to look, not to give it the satisfaction. But when the silence stretched and my heart wouldn't calm, I reached for the curtain anyway. Pulled it back with a snap. Nothing. Just the gravel lot, pale under the moon, and the dark wall of trees beyond. I sagged with relief, laughing at myself in a broken, shaky way. Then I saw it. The prints. 3 of them again, in the gravel, pressed hard enough to scatter the stones aside. They formed the same perfect triangle I'd seen back at the Riverside Rest Campground. Long, narrow, wrong. I couldn't sleep after that. By dawn, I'd made up my mind. I was leaving. Boone Curtis, the Appalachian fog, I didn't care. I told myself I'd head for flatter ground, maybe down toward South Carolina where the ridges gave way to sand and marsh. I fired up the RV before most campers had even stirred, not wanting to explain myself, not wanting to hear more warnings from men with scars and haunted eyes. But as I eased down the gravel road toward the exit, I caught sight of Curtis standing by his old patched-up camper. He wasn't waving. He wasn't smiling. He was just watching me go, eyes fixed on me like he knew something I didn't. The road wound through switchbacks, trees crowding close, fog hanging low in the hollers. I felt a kind of pressure in my ears, like when you're driving through a mountain tunnel. Except there was no tunnel, just forest. It made me want to roll the windows down to prove to myself the air was real, that I wasn't sealed into some strange corridor. And then it happened. The knocking. Not outside this time. Not behind the RV, but inside. 3 hollow knocks from the cabinet above the sink. I jerked the wheel, tires spitting gravel, barely keeping the rig steady on the curve. My throat went dry. I stared at the cabinet, hands white-knuckled on the steering wheel. Nothing moved, no hinges rattled, no doors swung open, just silence, heavy and waiting. I drove faster, desperate for the main road, for other cars, for anything that didn't feel like this choking solitude. When I finally hit the highway, the fog lifted, and the sun bled through the trees. I pulled over at a gas station just outside Wilkesboro, stumbling out of the RV like I'd been trapped underwater. I opened every cabinet, every drawer, every compartment. Empty. No rodents, no loose cargo, just silence. I stood there in the fluorescent wash of the gas station lights, listening to the normal world again. The hiss of pumps, the chatter of a cashier behind glass, the hum of 18-wheelers idling by the curb. It felt like a lifeline. I told myself I was done with backwoods campgrounds. From now on, it'd be big, busy RV parks, the kind with kids running around and generators humming all night. Places where silence couldn't creep in. And for a while, that worked. A week passed with no knocks, no prints, no metallic smell. I camped near Cherokee, then down toward Greenville. It almost felt like I'd left whatever haunted me behind. Almost. But the road has a way of circling back. I was driving through a stretch of rural South Carolina one evening, headed toward a state park near the border, when I saw a handwritten sign nailed to a post. Primitive camping, 3 miles. The letters were faded, the arrow barely legible. Something in me whispered to keep going. But another part, the stubborn trucker part, said I couldn't live my life running from shadows. I turned down the road. The campground was nothing more than a clearing by a slow, dark river. No hookups, no amenities, just a stone fire ring and a few flat spots for tents or rigs. I was the only one there. It should have felt free, wild, unchained. Instead, it felt abandoned. The trees leaned too close, their branches blotting out the stars. The river barely moved, but it made a sound anyway, a faint knocking like driftwood bumping against the bank. I sat outside by the fire, trying to read, trying to ignore the dread creeping over me. Around midnight, the knocking came again. Not from the river this time, from the ground. 3 hollow thuds beneath the earth directly under my chair. I leapt up, nearly toppling into the fire. The sound stopped, but the ground still felt wrong under my boots, softer than it should have been, like soil over a grave. I kicked dirt onto the fire, stumbling into the RV, locking every latch. The metallic smell came next, flooding the air, coating my tongue. I gagged, pressing my face to the screen of the window for air. And then the knocking, so loud it shook the walls. Not 3 this time. Dozens. Fast, furious, surrounding the RV on all sides. I clamped my hands over my ears, heart slamming against my ribs. The sound filled every inch of me, a pounding rhythm that felt older than words. It went on for what felt like hours, until at last it faded into silence. When I dared to look outside, the clearing was empty. No figures, no movement. Just the river, still and dark, whispering under the weight of the trees. At dawn, I left that place behind without looking back. I drove until the sun was high, until my eyes burned from exhaustion. I told myself I'd had enough, that I'd sell the RV, go back to some small apartment in town, live out my days far from the mountains that seemed to want me. But deep down, I knew the truth. This wasn't about the RV. It wasn't about the campgrounds. It was about me. Something on those roads had taken notice of me, something that knocked and waited for me to answer. And I had answered, even if just by looking. I kept driving, though I couldn't have told you where. The highway unspooled like an endless ribbon, my eyes gritty from sleeplessness, my body aching from the constant hum of the engine. I didn't dare stop. Not at another campground, not even at a rest area. I pulled into truck stops long enough to fuel up and splash water on my face, then I pushed on, as if outrunning the dark itself. But the thing about the road is, sooner or later, it runs out of you. You can only carry so much exhaustion before it buckles you, and mine came just north of Roanoke, Virginia. The sun was already gone, and the sky bled the kind of bruised purple that feels like it'll never lift. I saw the glow of a neon vacancy sign on the side of a rural highway. Shady Pines RV and Lodge. It wasn't where I wanted to be, but I didn't have a choice. My hands trembled on the wheel. My vision kept doubling. If I pushed any farther, I was going to put myself into a ditch or worse. The entrance wound down a steep slope, a gravel road edged by tall, swaying pines that hid the place until the last second. The lodge was a weather-beaten A-frame with a single bulb buzzing over the office door. The lot held maybe a dozen RV pads, most empty. Only 3 rigs were scattered among them, all old, faded, with curtains drawn tight. I parked near the far edge where the woods pressed close. I hated how alone it felt, but something in me had stopped caring. I was past fear. I just needed sleep. After hooking up, I didn't bother cooking. I collapsed onto the RV bed, boots still on, and let the hum of the highway in my head pull me down into unconsciousness. It was the knocking that woke me. 3 beats, steady and hollow, against the thin wall by my head. I sat up so fast I smacked my skull on the cabinet. The air inside the RV was suffocating, heavy with that metallic tang again. I pressed my palm against the wall where the knocks had come from. Warm. Too warm, like something alive had pressed against it moments before. Then I heard it. A whisper. Not words, not exactly. Just a sound like breath slipping through teeth. It rose and fell, weaving with the knocks until the whole RV seemed to pulse with it. I grabbed the flashlight and stormed outside, half daring whatever it was to show itself. The gravel was cold under my boots, the night air sharp and damp. My beam cut through the trees, across the other RVs, over the lodge. Nothing moved. But then I saw them. The prints again. This time, not 3. Dozens. Stamped into the dirt around my RV in strange spirals, looping back on themselves like a dance. They were deeper than before, pressed hard enough that water had already begun pooling in the impressions. I staggered back, my light trembling in my hands. And then I realized I wasn't the only one outside. Curtains shifted in one of the other rigs. A face, pale and drawn, peeked out for half a second before vanishing. Then another curtain twitched in the next camper. Then the third. All of them watching me, but not one person daring to step out. I wanted to shout, to ask if they'd heard it too, but the words caught in my throat. Some instinct told me the silence was survival. That whatever lived in the woods wanted noise, Acknowledgement. So I went back inside. I locked the door, even though I knew it wouldn't matter. I sat at the table with my flashlight trained on the wall, heart pounding in my chest. That's when the voice came. Low, drawn out, almost like it had to crawl its way into language. Open. Just one word. It came from the cabinet above the sink. I felt every hair on my body stand on end. My first thought was that I'd lost my mind, that sleep deprivation had broken me. But then the cabinet door shivered as if something inside had pressed outward. I didn't open it. I couldn't. I pressed my back against the far wall and sat there until dawn. When the sun finally rose, everything was still. The air smelled clean again. No prints, no whispers, just the sound of birds cutting through the trees, the ordinary morning chorus of a campground that looked harmless in daylight. I drove out without speaking to anyone. Without checking out at the lodge, I didn't even dump the tanks. I just left, gravel spitting behind me, the RV rattling like it wanted to shake loose from the earth itself. But the word stayed with me. Open. I couldn't shake it. All through the next stretch of highway, it played on a loop in my mind. Not a demand, exactly. More like an invitation. A door waiting. By the time I crossed into West Virginia, I started to wonder if I'd been marked. Like Curtis said, the mountains keep what they want. Maybe I'd already answered the knock when I first stared across that river near Irwin. Maybe the question now wasn't if I'd opened the door, but when. I tried to call my daughter that night. Just hearing her voice might have anchored me, pulled me back to something normal. But the call wouldn't go through. No service, not even when I drove into town. My phone sat there, lifeless, though every other camper I saw seemed to scroll theirs without trouble. That's when I realized I wasn't just being haunted, I was being separated. Pulled out of the flow of the world bit by bit, like a fish drawn upstream where it doesn't belong. And it was working. Because by the next night, when the knocking returned, this time on the inside of the refrigerator door, I didn't run outside. I didn't even cover my ears. I listened. And under the knocks, under the whisper, under the heavy smell of rust and river water, I heard something else. A voice that wasn't terrifying. A voice that was familiar. Sarah's. Soft. Gentle. Calling my name the way she used to, when she wanted me to slow down, when she wanted me to notice the world around me. For the first time in weeks, I didn't feel fear. I felt longing, the kind that cuts deeper than any knife. And I almost answered. I almost opened the cabinet door. I sat there, frozen in that cramped RV kitchen, staring at the cabinet above the sink, as if it held the end of me. My wife's voice had come from there, soft, tender, aching with a familiarity that hollowed me out. I wanted nothing more than to fling the door open and see her face, to hear her call my name again. For a moment, I almost forgot where I was. I almost forgot the knocks, the prints, the whispers. All I heard was Sarah. But then another sound bled through, under her voice, twined in it, coiled like a parasite. A deeper tone, low and guttural, so faint it nearly slipped past me. It wasn't her. Not really. Something had learned her cadence, borrowed her warmth, worn her voice like a mask. That realization broke me in half. I stumbled back into the bed area, clutching the crucifix Sarah had once hung above the driver's seat. I hadn't thought about God much in years, but holding that small wooden cross steadied my shaking hands. I whispered her name into the dark, not as an answer to the voice, but as a prayer. Sarah. Sarah. Don't let it in. The knock slowed, then stopped. The cabinet door rattled once, then fell silent. The air thinned, the metallic tang fading as if carried away on a draft I couldn't feel. But the damage was done. Whatever lived in these mountains had found the crack in me. It knew where I was weak, where my grief lay like an open wound, and it would keep pressing. I didn't sleep again. Not that night, not the one after. I drove until my eyes blurred, until I nearly drifted into guardrails. Coffee kept me upright, but only just. At night, the knocks always came, sometimes from the floor, sometimes from the walls, sometimes from inside the storage bays beneath the rig. Each time I resisted, the voices grew clearer, smoother, more familiar. My mother, my brother, friends long gone, all of them speaking in the same borrowed rhythm, always coaxing, never demanding, "Open." I started to wonder if this was what Curtis meant when he warned me. Not that they'd grab me outright, but that they'd wear me down until opening the door felt like relief instead of surrender. The thought twisted in my gut. And yet, some nights, it tempted me. By the time I reached the Monongahela National Forest, I was cracked wide open. I hadn't eaten more than a few bites in days. My beard had grown patchy and wild. My hands shook even on empty roads. The RV felt less like a home and more like a coffin I carried from one haunted place to the next. I pulled into a small state-run campground, thinking maybe the presence of families, of campfires, of voices rising into the dusk would keep the knocks at bay. But the place was nearly deserted, just 2 tents pitched far from the RV section. The sites around me stood empty, silent except for the rush of a nearby creek. That night, I sat outside by the fire, clutching Sarah's old flannel wrapped around my shoulders. The creek gurgled in the dark, steady and soothing. For a brief stretch, I let myself believe it might be enough. Then I noticed it. The rhythm of the water. Not natural, not random. 3 beats. Pause. 3 beats. Pause. My stomach turned cold. I leaned forward, listening harder, and the creek seemed to grow louder, sharper, as if it wanted me to recognize it. Knock, knock, knock. I kicked dirt over the fire and stumbled inside, bolting the door behind me. My breath came fast, shallow, every shadow in the RV leaning closer. And that's when I saw them, handprints, on the condensation of the window glass, dozens of them. Long, narrow, smudged in perfect triangles, covering every pane of glass, every mirror, even the small reflection in the microwave door. My flashlight beam caught each one like a row of pale scars. I backed into the far corner, cross-clutched to my chest, whispering Sarah's name over and over like a shield. Then came the voice again. Her voice, as clear as it had ever been. "Let me in. I'm cold." I broke. Tears streamed down my face, my chest heaving with the kind of grief that claws at you from the inside. I wanted to believe it was her. I wanted to believe death hadn't stolen her away forever. I reached for the cabinet. My fingers brushed the latch, and then something cut through the haze. A sound not twisted by the mountains, not shaped by grief. A human voice, sharp and panicked, cutting across the campground. "Don't open it." I froze. My head snapped toward the window. A man was running toward my RV, his flashlight jerking through the dark. It was Curtis. Older, warier, but unmistakable. I stumbled to the door, flung it open before I could think better of it. He barreled up the steps, shoved past me, and slammed the door behind him, chest heaving. "They followed you," he said between ragged breaths. "I told you, they keep what they want, and you've been answering them all along." His eyes darted around the RV, settling on the handprints still misting the glass. He shook his head, muttering something I couldn't catch, then turned on me with a ferocity I hadn't expected. "You've got to hold the line," he said. "They'll show you everyone you ever loved. They'll whisper with their voices, knock with their hands, bleed into your memories until you can't tell the difference. But it ain't them. It's never them. It's the river folk. And once you open, you'll never close it again." The knocks began then, shaking the RV from every angle, faster and faster, as if furious at being interrupted. My ears rang with the sound. My teeth rattled. The whole rig swayed on its jacks. I shouted over the noise. "Why me? Why not the others?" Curtis grabbed my shoulders, his grip like iron. "Because you looked. That first night on the river, you saw him across the water. You gave him your attention. That's all it takes." The knocks surged, a storm hammering at every wall. The voices grew louder too. Sarah, my brother, my mother, all crying out my name in unison. My knees buckled under the weight of it. Curtis shoved the cross back into my hands, his face carved with urgency. "This is your last chance. If you want to live, you don't answer again, no matter what voice they use, no matter how much it hurts." The RV shuddered so hard I thought it would split apart. Cabinet doors flew open, drawers rattled, the refrigerator door swung wide. The smell of rust and river water flooded in, choking me. And then came the final blow. Sarah's voice, clear as the day I buried her. "I'm here, John. Please, Open the door. I crumpled to the floor, the cross pressed to my forehead, sobs tearing through me. My whole body screamed to run to her, to believe her. But Curtis's words anchored me. It ain't them. It's never them. I didn't move. I didn't answer. And slowly, so slowly, the knocking faded. The voices dulled, the handprints melted back into the glass. The RV sagged into silence, as if nothing had ever happened. Curtis slumped into a chair, sweat pouring down his temples. His chest rose and fell like he'd run miles. "You made it through the night," he said hoarsely. "But they'll be back. They don't give up easy." Morning came like a reprieve, pale light dripping through the blinds, softening the hard edges of the night. For the first time in weeks, I felt the warmth of sunlight instead of the cold of that metallic stench. But the relief was fragile, like a glass set on a shaking table. Every sound outside, the crunch of gravel, the rush of the creek, even the caw of a crow felt loaded with the possibility of turning. Curtis sat at the tiny dinette across from me, nursing a mug of black coffee he'd brewed on my stove. His hands were scarred, his nails chipped, his eyes ringed with shadows like bruises. He didn't look at me when he spoke. "You survived because you didn't answer. That's the only way." I swallowed hard, my throat raw. "But it won't stop, will it?" His jaw tightened. "No, not until they find someone else to knock on, or until you give in." Silence stretched between us, broken only by the tick of the cooling engine outside. Finally, I asked the question that had gnawed at me since the first night on the river. What do they want? Curtis's gaze lifted at last, heavy and resigned. Not want, need. They're not alive the way we are. They're shadows of what the mountains keep. Lost folk, drowned folk, people that never got to cross out of here proper. They can't take what isn't given. That's why they knock. They're waiting for you to open yourself up. Once you do, you ain't you anymore. You're them. And you'll spend the rest of forever knocking for the next poor soul. The words rooted deep, colder than the knocks had ever been. It wasn't just about surviving a night or two. This was about eternity, about becoming the very thing I feared. Curtis leaned forward, his voice dropping. "You said you heard your wife." My chest clenched. I nodded. "That's how they get you. They know what you miss most. They'll wear her skin until you can't tell the difference. You've got to decide, John. Do you want memory or do you want truth? You can't have both." I wanted to argue. I wanted to tell him that if there was even a chance it was Sarah, I couldn't turn away. But deep down, I knew. It hadn't been her. It had been something older, colder, twisting itself into her shape. The rest of that day passed in uneasy quiet. Curtis stayed nearby, never straying far from my RV. I got the sense he didn't want me left alone, not after the night I'd nearly opened the cabinet. He told me bits of his story in fragments between long silences. He'd been on the road since his 20s, chasing logging jobs and seasonal work, never settling long. 30 years back, he camped too close to a river near Damascus. Heard the knocks. Opened a door he shouldn't have. He showed me the scar again, deeper than any animal could have left. Said it was their mark, a reminder of how close he'd come. "They've been after me ever since," he admitted, "but I've learned how to fight 'em off. Some nights I win, some nights I just endure." His eyes locked on mine. "You can't do it alone, not for long." That night, we both stayed awake, sitting across from each other with lanterns burning. The knocks came as they always did, circling the RV like wolves, but Curtis didn't flinch. He recited old prayers under his breath, tapping the table in patterns that seemed deliberate, defiant. I followed his lead, gripping Sarah's cross and whispering her name, not as an invitation, but as a shield. The knocks grew frantic, louder than ever, until the walls seemed to bow inward. The voices rose too. Dozens, maybe hundreds, weaving together into a chorus that clawed at my sanity. I heard Sarah, my mother, my brother, men I'd hauled freight with who died years ago. I heard them all begging me, pleading with me, promising peace if I'd only open. Tears streamed down my face, my whole body trembling. But Curtis shouted over it, his voice sharp as a whip. "They're lying, John! They're liars, every last one of them! Hold the line!" Something inside me cracked then. not into weakness, but into anger. I slammed my fist against the table, roaring into the noise, "You can't have me!" And just like that, the knocking stopped. The silence that followed was heavier than the chaos, pressing into my ears until I thought they'd burst. Then slowly the smell lifted. The air cleared, and the lantern flame steadied. Curtis slumped forward, sweat pouring down his face. "You see? That's how you fight. You don't hide. You don't beg. You stand." I couldn't speak. My throat was raw, my chest hollowed, but for the first time, I believed I might survive this. The next morning, Curtis told me he was leaving. "They've got their hooks in you now, not me. They'll follow you. They'll knock for you. If I stick too close, they'll start again for me too. And I'm too old for another round." I wanted to beg him to stay, but I saw the truth in his face. He'd carried this weight long enough. He'd passed on what he could. The rest was mine to bear. Before he left, he pressed something into my hand, a small, smooth stone with a triangle etched into it. The lines were rough, hand-carved, but deliberate. "Keep this on you," he said. "It won't stop 'em, but it'll remind you what's real. When the knocks come, hold it tight. Ground yourself, don't let 'em drag you under." And then he was gone, his patched-up camper rattling down the gravel road until the pines swallowed him. I sat there for a long time, staring at that stone in my palm, feeling the weight of his absence. I was alone again, alone with the road, alone with the knocks. That night, they came back, harder than ever. But when the walls rattled and the voices swelled, I pressed the stone into my palm, gritted my teeth, and whispered, "Not tonight." The RV shook, the windows trembled, the air thickened with rust and water. But I didn't move. When dawn broke, I was still alive. Still me. And for the first time, I understood what survival meant. Not beating them once, not escaping a single campground. Survival meant every night, every knock, every voice. The road had become a battlefield, and I was both the soldier and the prize. The days blurred after Curtis left. Each morning, I woke drenched in sweat, my hands still clamped around that carved stone, the indent of the triangle pressed into my skin. Each night, the knocks came, sometimes soft and patient, sometimes violent enough to shake the cabinets loose, but they always came. I learned to move during daylight only. I'd drive from one forgotten pull-off to the next, hugging old service roads, staying clear of popular campgrounds. I thought maybe if I kept moving, they couldn't catch up. But I was wrong. They were already inside the rhythm of the road, waiting wherever I stopped. One evening, I parked along a ridge overlooking a stretch of the New River, the kind of view people in RV magazines would pay thousands for. The valley glowed golden with sunset, mist curling like smoke along the trees. For a moment, I allowed myself to breathe. I thought maybe I'd found a place that could drown their reach, where beauty could override fear. But beauty, I realize, is just another mask they wear. I heard the first knock before darkness even fell, a slow, measured rap on the side door. It didn't echo through the air. It vibrated straight into my bones. My blood chilled. I didn't answer. I sat at the table with Curtis's stone pressed to my palm. My breath came shallow, uneven. The second knock came from the bathroom, then the cabinets, then, impossibly, from under the floor, each one sharper than the last, and then came her voice. "John." It was Sarah's whisper, gentle, aching, exactly as I remembered when she used to wake me before my long hauls. "John, please, let me in. It's cold out here." I clenched my fists until my nails cut my skin. "You're not her," I hissed through gritted teeth. "You're not." But the voice broke, trembling with hurt. "Why don't you believe me? I waited for you. I waited all this time. Please." Every memory of her poured back. The nights she'd fallen asleep against my shoulder, the way she laughed when she burned pancakes, the sound of her voice on the phone when I was 3 states away. My body ached with the need to believe, to answer, to give in. And then I felt it. The stone in my palm heating, pulsing as if reminding me, truth or memory. Choose. I shut my eyes and pressed it harder into my skin until the sharp triangle edge drew blood. "No," I whispered, "not tonight." The RV went still, silent. I thought maybe I'd won, But then something new came, a wet sound sloshing like someone dragging a watered body across the gravel outside. The smell followed, stronger than ever, like copper and stagnant ponds. My stomach twisted. I couldn't take it anymore. I had to see. I drew the blinds with shaking fingers. What I saw nearly ended me. Shapes moved in the mist, tall and thin, skin gray and swollen, their limbs bending wrong like broken branches. Their eyes glowed faint, not with light but with absence, voids pulling everything inward. And every one of them had mouths that didn't match their faces. Lips moving in Sarah's voice, my mother's voice, Curtis's voice, any voice they could wear. They pressed against the RV, their palms leaving wet streaks on the glass. Their mouths moved faster, overlapping into a frenzy of begging and commanding, promising and threatening. I stumbled back, clutching the stone. My mind screamed to run, to drive, but my body was frozen. Then one of them leaned close to the window, its mouth splitting wider than should have been possible. From that hollow maw came not a word, but a sound. 3 sharp knocks. Not on wood. Not on glass. Inside my skull. I collapsed to my knees, the sound reverberating through my bones, rattling my teeth. My vision swam. For the first time, I wasn't sure I could fight it. And that's when I remembered Curtis's words. You can't do it alone. Not for long. I dragged myself upright, fumbling for the old CB radio mounted above the dash. Most days it was dead air, relic of a world that didn't talk on channels anymore. But that night, with shaking hands, I pressed the mic button. Breaker. Breaker. I croaked. My voice cracked with desperation. This is John. I don't know if anyone can hear me, but I need. My words broke into a sob. I need someone to hear me. Please. Static hissed. My heart sank. Then, faint, crackling, a voice replied. Copy, John. I hear you. My breath caught. It was a woman's voice, steady, calm, too calm. Where are you headed? She asked. I hesitated. My grip tightened on the mic. No, I whispered. Not you. You're not real. The static popped, then her voice sharpened into Sarah's. I'm always real, John. Always. I dropped the mic like it burned me. The shapes outside pressed harder, the RV rocking on its wheels, the stone in my palm pulsed hotter, almost searing. I realized then there was no outrunning them, no hiding. If I wanted to end this, I had to face them where they lived, in the water. I grabbed my jacket, stuffed the stone in my pocket, and threw open the RV door. The night air hit me like a fist, damp, metallic, thick with rot. The shapes recoiled at first, swaying in the mist, but didn't retreat. They followed as I stumbled down the ridge toward the river. Each step felt like it cost years of my life, my body heavy as if gravity itself had doubled. The voices swirled around me, coaxing, mocking, taunting. At the riverbank, the water glistened black, unnaturally still despite the current I knew should have been there. I stepped to the edge, chest heaving, and shouted into the void, "What do you want from me?" The mist thickened. The shapes multiplied, crowding the shore, their mouths moving in unison. To join. The word didn't come from one voice, but all of them together, inside and outside me, rattling my bones. I clenched the stone until my blood smeared its grooves. Then you'll have to take me. And with that, I stepped into the river. The water was ice, wrapping around me like 1,000 hands. My breath tore from my lungs, but I pressed forward, deeper until it rose to my chest. The shapes waded in with me, their forms breaking the surface without ripples, surrounding me in a circle of gray flesh and hollow eyes. The current roared suddenly, louder than thunder, though the water around me remained eerily still. It wasn't current. It was them. A pull. A demand. I thought of Curtis, of his scar, of his warning that they only take what's given. I thought of Sarah, her real voice, her real life, not the mask they wore. And I made my choice. I raised the stone high above my head and screamed into the night, I don't give myself to you. The triangle seared bright in my palm, glowing white hot, and the water exploded outward. The shapes shrieked, a sound that tore sky from earth, and in that moment, the mist split open like a curtain. I saw something vast beyond them. Not figures, not faces. Just hunger, endless and ancient, stretching deeper than the mountains themselves. And it was angry. The river held me like a fist. Ice clawed through my veins, dragging breath and thought from me, dragging me closer to whatever lived beneath. The shapes pressed in tighter, their swollen hands grazing my shoulders, their hollow mouths stretching wider as the endless hunger beyond them pulled. My lungs burned. My chest begged to inhale, but I knew if I breathed now, it wouldn't be air that filled me. It would be them. The stone seared in my grip, branding its triangle into my flesh. I raised it again, but this time the shapes didn't flinch. They surged closer, mouths moving in frantic unison. Join, join, join. Their chant thundered inside my skull, drowning out my own thoughts, until I felt my will slipping. My fingers loosened, the stone nearly tumbling from my grasp into the black water. And for a heartbeat, I wanted it. I wanted to let go, to stop fighting, to sink into the voices and let them carry me to Sarah, whether she was real or not. But then I heard something else, faint, fragile, cutting through the roar like a thread of light, my wife's real voice, the way she'd sounded the last morning I saw her alive. Not begging, not haunting, just laughing. Laughing at something small, some silly thing I'd said over burnt toast. It was so human, so ordinary, so her. I gripped the stone tighter, teeth bared against the pull. "You can't take her from me," I growled through chattering teeth. "Not her. Not me." The river surged higher, swallowing my chest, my neck. Cold pressed against my ears, muting the chant, but the hunger was still there, clawing for me. With the last strength in me, I lifted the stone overhead and drove it down to the black water. The instant it struck, the triangle flared brighter than lightning, the heat scorching my skin. The river screamed. Not the water itself, but everything in it. The shapes convulsed, their bodies tearing like smoke in a gale. The chant shattered into a cacophony of shrieks and wails, their mouths gaping as if the very sound of the stone burned them. The current snapped alive, slamming into me with crushing force. I was thrown backward, tumbling through the water, lungs exploding in panic. My vision blurred, the world spinning white and black. For a moment, I was sure I was gone, sure the hunger had swallowed me after all. But then, my face broke the surface. Air tore into my chest in ragged gasps. I clawed at the bank, dragging myself onto the gravel shore. My body shook violently, my skin blue and raw, but I was alive. Alive. I rolled onto my back, staring up at the sky. The mist was gone. The night was clear. Stars stretched sharp and endless, indifferent to what had just happened below. The shapes were nowhere. The knocks were silent. The river flowed as rivers should, steady, unbroken, unremarkable. I lay there until dawn painted the ridge in gold. When I finally staggered back to the RV, soaked and trembling, I felt the weight in my palm. The stone was still there, but the triangle was gone. The surface was smooth now, blank, as if its work was finished. I didn't know if that meant I'd won, or if it meant my fight was only just beginning. I left Appalachia that morning, drove until the mountains shrank behind me, until the roads flattened and the sky widened. But no matter how many miles I put between me and that river, I couldn't shake the memory of the hunger I'd seen, vast and patient. Some nights, even hundreds of miles away, I still wake to faint knocks on the walls of my RV. Not frantic, not desperate, just testing, reminding me. And I think of Curtis. I think of the scar he carried, the years he endured. He'd been right. They never stop. They only wait. So I keep moving, not running, moving. There's a difference. I keep to the quiet campgrounds, the forgotten service roads, the edges where few stay long. I sleep with one hand curled tight around that smooth stone, even though it no longer glows. Because survival, I've learned, isn't about winning once. It's about choosing every single night not to give in, not to answer. If you're out there, parked at some river bend or tucked into some hollow in the Appalachians, and you hear the knocks, you'll know what I mean. You'll feel that pull, that need to open, to believe, to surrender. Don't. No matter what voice you hear, no matter whose hand you think is on the other side. Because once you answer, you'll never leave. You'll be the one knocking next. And I'd rather drive forever with the weight of silence than trade my soul for a voice that isn't real. The road is lonely, the nights are long, but I'm still me. And for now, That's enough. I thought silence was what I was looking for. After weeks of driving through Oregon's back roads, passing through little timber towns with shuttered gas stations and empty diners, all I wanted was stillness. Somewhere away from the buzz of other campers, away from cell towers, away from the endless humming that follows you when you're never truly alone. That's what drew me to Deschutes National Forest. The ranger at a nearby station warned me gently that the old trail out by the silent pines wasn't maintained anymore, that no one camped there anymore, that it was better to stick closer to the established sites. But there was something about the way he avoided my eyes when he said it, the way his voice softened like he didn't want to admit fear but couldn't hide unease. That was what made me decide. If a place carried silence heavy enough to unsettle a man who worked in it, that was the silence I wanted. The road narrowed the deeper I drove, my RV humming low as the trees closed in like a tunnel. Pines stood shoulder to shoulder, their black trunks scarred from lightning and wind, their crowns leaning toward each other as if they were gossiping. By the time I pulled into a small clearing barely wide enough to level my RV, dusk had settled and the air smelled sharp. Resin, pine needles, the faint sweetness of wet earth. It was the kind of smell that reminded you of childhood hikes, but it sat heavy, almost too sweet, like a fruit just past ripe. I told myself it was nothing. I stepped out, stretched, listened. No wind, no bird song, just the faint creak of old branches high above, like joints grinding in a body too ancient to move. I should have noticed it then, how the quiet wasn't natural, how it pressed against the ears like thick cloth. But I smiled, told myself this was what I came for. A fire crackled into life at the edge of the clearing, the glow dancing against the bark. I ate. I wrote a few notes in my travel journal, and I convinced myself I could sleep. Sleep didn't come easy. It was too quiet, the kind of quiet that forces your mind to fill in the blanks. I kept thinking I heard something outside, the brush of pine needles across bark, the soft thud of something shifting weight, the sharp crack of a twig snapping. But every time I held my breath, I told myself it was nothing. Just trees, just the forest, just the way my mind made noise where none lived. I was wrong. It must have been after midnight when I first heard it. A whisper, faint, but too clear to be wind. Just a single word stretched thin, sliding through the branches. My name. I shot upright in bed, heart pounding so hard I felt it in my throat. The RV was dark except for the red blink of the stove light. I told myself I was dreaming, half awake, but then it came again, closer this time. Not a scream, not even a call, a whisper, like someone leaning in close enough to let their lips brush your ear. I didn't move for what felt like hours, listening. And in that time, I realized the whisper wasn't one voice. It shifted. First low and rough, like my father's voice when he was tired, then soft and sharp, like my mother when she was trying not to cry. Then another, one I knew I recognized but couldn't place in the moment, like a face you know but can't remember from where. They took turns, these voices, as though the forest were flipping through a book of my past and reading lines out loud. Fear pulled me to the window. The clearing outside was pale with moonlight, trees etched black against silver. Nothing moved. But when the whisper came again, I realized with a cold certainty it wasn't coming from one place. It came from the trees themselves, each trunk sighing with a different voice. I told myself not to go outside. I told myself no good ever came from chasing voices into the woods. But denial is powerful. Curiosity is sharper. And something about hearing my father's voice again, even though he'd been dead 10 years, pulled me harder than fear could hold me back. I opened the door. Cold air hit me, sharp with pine and something damp beneath it, like soil turned over with wet hands. The fire had burned low, nothing but ash and ember. The whisper rose around me, not louder but closer, threading between branches like silk. I walked to the edge of the clearing, flashlight in hand, though the beam felt thin against that kind of darkness. Every step pressed needles underfoot, soft but deliberate, like walking on the breath of something sleeping. Hello? My voice cracked. It sounded small, swallowed instantly by the pines. The whispers fell silent as though waiting. My hand shook, beam wobbling across bark. Then, faint to my left, laughter. My sister's laugh. Not loud, not wild, just the little giggle she made when she tried to hide a smile. She died when I was 15. I hadn't heard that sound in decades. And yet, here it was, drifting like smoke through the trees. My legs carried me forward before my mind could object. Branches brushed my shoulders, needles caught in my hair. The ground dipped and rose as the trail, what little remained of it, pulled me deeper. My flashlight beam caught old blazes carved into bark, faded slashes from an axe, markers left by someone long ago. The old trail, the one the ranger told me not to follow. My heart rattled, but I kept walking, following the sound of a laugh that could not exist. After a while, I couldn't tell if I was walking 5 minutes or 50. The forest bent time, pulling it into threads I couldn't hold. The whispers multiplied, overlapping, friends I hadn't seen in years, a teacher's voice, a stranger who once gave me directions on a long road trip. Voices I should not be hearing, voices that should not belong to these trees. My breath came ragged, cold sweat dripping down my spine despite the chill air, and still I followed, until the trail ended. Or maybe it never ended. Maybe it simply opened into a place that wasn't trail anymore. The trees leaned wider, forming a half circle around a depression in the earth. Old stumps jutted like broken teeth, moss thick over their tops. In the center, a pit. Not wide, not deep. Just a dark hollow lined with pine needles smelling of damp rot. My beam trembled across it, and that's when I realized every whisper was feeding into this hollow, spilling from the trees and sinking into that pit like water drawn to a drain. The silence hit me harder than sound when they stopped. I stood there, my own breath rasping, heart battering ribs. I thought I saw something shift in the pit, like a shadow moving under soil, slow and patient. Then, soft as a sigh, my name again, but not from the trees, from the hollow itself. I stumbled back, hitting a stump with my knee. Pain shot sharp but cleared my head. Fear swallowed curiosity whole. I ran. Branches tore at me, needles scratched skin, roots tried to trip me, but I ran, no longer following laughter, no longer listening for voices. Only the thought of light, of the clearing, of the thin metal skin of my RV waiting like shelter. When I burst through into the clearing, chest burning, I slammed the door shut behind me. Inside, the silence was worse. I collapsed on the bed, clutching the flashlight like a weapon, waiting for morning. I told myself I'd leave at dawn. I told myself I wouldn't look back. But the whispers didn't stay in the trees. They came with me. I didn't realize at first. After all, a sleepless night in the woods can twist your senses, make you think you're hearing things when you're really just haunted by the echoes of your own exhaustion. But when the gray wash of dawn finally seeped through the curtains, painting everything with that lifeless morning light, I knew something wasn't right. I hadn't slept at all, yet my dreams had followed me into waking. The whispers hadn't stopped, they'd only changed. Fainter, yes, but constant, like the murmur of people behind a wall. The worst part was that I could tell they were speaking to each other, not just to me. Fragments slipped through, tones that reminded me of hushed conversations at funerals, of secrets swapped in corners where you weren't meant to hear. I yanked open the curtains, hoping the sight of the world in daylight would break the spell. But the forest outside looked the same, dark, damp, the trees watching. I stepped out, clutching a coffee thermos like it might shield me, scanning for signs that I had actually walked to that hollow last night. The fire pit was cold, just ashes. The trail at the edge of the clearing looked undisturbed, pine needles smoothing it over, no footprints, no broken branches, as if my frantic escape hadn't left a trace. It should have comforted me. It didn't. It felt like the forest had erased my presence, covered me over the way water hides a stone once thrown. I packed in silence, telling myself I'd drive out, head north, maybe stay somewhere near Bend where people and lights and noise filled the air. But when I turned the ignition, the engine coughed, sputtered, and died. Again and again. I checked the gas. Full. Checked the battery. Fine. The RV had never failed me before, but the harder I tried, the heavier the silence grew, until I could swear the trees leaned closer. Listening. I stopped, forehead against the wheel. That's when I heard it, clearer than before. My mother's voice from just outside the window. She said my name the way she used to when I came home late, gentle, disappointed, pleading. I whipped my head, and for one insane moment, I thought I'd see her face framed in the glass. But there was only the pale bark of a pine, rough with scars, shadows curling where branches crossed. I couldn't stay in the RV. The air inside felt poisoned, thick with whispers seeping through the seams. I stepped out into the clearing, the morning light weak as candle flame beneath the canopy. I walked to the edge, fists clenched, every instinct screaming to run. But the trail wasn't just trail anymore. It called, and this time I realized it wasn't just voices I recognized. It was voices that knew things. One of them, the sharp, clipped tone of an old friend from high school, spoke about something I had never told anyone. A lie I'd told when I was 17, one that had gotten someone else in trouble so I could walk away clean. The words floated from the branches and I froze, throat tight. How could it know? Another voice, my grandfather's, a man who had died before I was born, told me a story from my family's past that I'd only learned in adulthood. A shameful story, whispered down through generations. Yet here it was, spoken in his own imagined cadence, as if he had been waiting among the trees just to deliver it. The ground beneath me shifted, not literally, but in my perception, as though the clearing wasn't solid, like I stood at the edge of a deep well, one tug away from falling. And I knew then the forest wasn't mimicking voices. It was mining something from me, pulling truths I thought buried, dragging them into the air to use against me. The thought made me sick, but a darker thought came right after. If the forest could give me the voices I lost, did that mean I could ask for more? Could I hear my father again properly this time, not just fragments? Could I hear the apology my sister never got to say? Could I speak to the people who had slipped away, whose absence carved me hollow? The temptation hooked deep. And that's when I understood why the ranger wouldn't look me in the eye. Why no one came out here anymore. It wasn't that the forest kept people away. It was that it kept them once they came. I staggered back inside, slamming the door shut, fighting to drown the thoughts. I told myself I'd wait it out, that someone would drive by eventually, that I'd flag them down, explain my engine trouble. But when night fell again, quicker than it should have, the whispers grew bold. They pressed against the RV walls, not outside but within, bleeding through the thin metal like water through cloth. The voices overlapped, louder, clearer, no longer content with fragments. They began to argue. One voice, my own, but distorted, told me to leave, begged me to run. Another, my sister's, pleaded for me to stay, promising safety, promising reunion. Then the laughter again, cruel and close, circling me in the dark. I curled on the bed, hands over my ears, but it didn't matter. The voices were inside me now, buzzing in bone and blood, each one pulling in different directions until I felt split down the middle. Sleep never came. When the first light returned, my decision was already made. I couldn't stay another night. I didn't care if I had to walk 20 miles. I would leave the RV and cut across until I hit a road. I grabbed a backpack, shoved in what little I thought I'd need, water, matches, a compass that suddenly seemed useless, and stepped out into the morning air. The forest felt different, hungrier. Every pine seemed taller, thicker, their shadows reaching farther. The trail that I thought I'd seen yesterday no longer curved the same way. I walked anyway, forcing my breath steady, refusing to listen. But the whispers didn't need me to listen anymore. They had learned how to shape themselves. I turned a corner in the trail and froze. There, just beyond the bend, stood a man. His back was to me, clothes gray and tattered. At first, I thought I'd stumbled on another camper, someone stranded like me. Relief crashed through me, fragile but real. "Hey!" My voice cracked the silence. He didn't move. I called again, louder. The man turned his head, slow as rust. It wasn't a stranger. It was me. Or at least it wore my face, pale and thin, eyes black as the spaces between stars. Its lips moved, whispering words I couldn't hear, though they rattled through my skull as if they had been mine all along. I stumbled backward, tripping on roots, my backpack slamming against my spine. The double of me didn't advance. It only lifted a hand, pointing deeper into the trees as the whispers swelled like a tide. And for the first time, I realized the truth I'd been denying. The forest didn't just know me. It had grown me. I staggered back toward the clearing, lungs burning, knees shaking as though I'd sprinted miles, though I'd barely moved. My double didn't follow, at least not in any way I could see. But the forest felt different now. Every tree seemed angled toward me, each trunk bending just enough to make me feel I stood in the middle of a gathering. Not of people, but of witnesses. Watching. Waiting. Inside the RV, I bolted the door as if a lock could matter against something that grew from roots and soil. I sat with my back pressed to the wall, shaking. My reflection, if that's what it was, lingered in my mind, those eyes too dark, too bottomless. I couldn't escape the certainty. If I had walked toward him, if I had taken that pointing hand, I would never have returned. The day dragged, suffocating in its sameness. No birds. No breeze. Just the low hum of voices leaking through the wood, as if the trees themselves were rehearsing me, wearing my memories like clothes until they fit. I tried to drown it out with music on my phone, but the signal was gone. Not just weak, gone. No bars, no data, no connection to anything beyond this clearing. My playlists wouldn't even load. As if the forest had reached in and cut the wires that tied me to the rest of the world. By late afternoon, exhaustion folded over me. My head sank into my hands, and for a moment I thought I'd finally slipped into sleep. But no, the air shifted. A draft crawled through the RV, carrying with it the smell of pine pitch and wet stone. I raised my head. The windows were shut, the vents sealed, yet the scent thickened until my eyes watered, and beneath it, another odor. Iron. The copper tang of blood. I stumbled to the door, threw it open, and gagged on the cold air. The forest outside was dimming again, too early, the light draining as if time itself had thinned. And on the clearing floor, scattered in a pattern I couldn't understand, lay fresh pine needles. Not unusual, except these were wet, slick, shining as though dipped in something darker. I bent closer. My stomach turned. They were slick with blood. My heart hammered. I backed away, glancing up at the trees, expecting to see an animal torn open, caught in the branches. But there was nothing, just the endless canopy, swaying though there was no wind. And the whispers closer now, each voice pulling at me like invisible threads. I slammed the door and locked it again, but the smell clung to me, soaked into my skin. No matter how I scrubbed my hands, no matter how I rinsed my face, it lingered. I curled on the bed as darkness claimed the clearing. That was when the knocking began, soft, deliberate, against the side of the RV. Not random, measured. 3 knocks. A pause. 3 more. Like someone spelling something out. My blood ran cold. I grabbed the flashlight, swung it toward the wall. The sound shifted, moving to the opposite side. 3 knocks. A pause. Then again, at the back. Always out of sight, always just beyond the reach of the light. I pressed my ear to the metal wall, desperate and terrified all at once. Through the thin skin of the RV, the knocks carried not just sound, but vibration. And within that vibration, I swear I heard a whisper. Not words, yet somehow I knew it was my name, stretched and reshaped until it was no longer mine. I shouted, "Stop!" My voice cracked, broke the rhythm. For a heartbeat, the forest obeyed. Silence returned, heavy, absolute. I thought I'd won. But then, an answer. Not outside, not through the wall, from inside, from the closet. My breath froze. The tiny closet at the back of the RV where I hung my jackets, where nothing should be. The door rattled once, subtle, as if someone inside had leaned against it. My hands trembled, beam quivering across the handle. And then the whisper again, this time clear. My father's voice. Let me out. I almost opened it. God help me. I almost reached out and turned the knob. Every part of me wanted to believe, wanted to see him again, even though reason screamed that it couldn't be true. That's how the forest worked. It didn't frighten you with monsters. It seduced you with memory. I forced myself back, tears burning my eyes, repeating out loud, "You're dead. You're dead. You're dead." The knob stilled. The voice faded. But the damage was done. I didn't sleep. Not even a minute. I sat awake until dawn painted the windows with thin light. And that morning, as my eyes burned and my body shook with exhaustion, I saw something that almost broke me. The door to the RV was ajar. I know I had locked it. I know I had checked again and again through the night. But there it was, open an inch, a line of cold air slipping through. Outside on the dirt were footprints, bare, human, leading away from the RV straight back toward the trail. I followed them only to the edge of the clearing before I stopped. The prints were mine. My size, my stride, as if I had walked out in the night and returned, though I remembered nothing. The whispers swelled, triumphant, like the trees were laughing without sound, and in that moment the truth settled heavy and unshakable. The forest didn't want me to leave because it already owned me. I went back inside and sat at the table, staring at my journal. My hands moved without thought, scribbling words I didn't plan. The page filled with sentences I didn't remember forming, all written in my handwriting. Stay, stay, stay. I slammed it shut, but the words lived in my head now. I couldn't stop repeating them under my breath, like a prayer I hadn't meant to learn. By midday, I knew I had two choices: run and risk being swallowed whole, or face it, face whatever waited in that hollow, in that pit where the voices drained. I could no longer pretend leaving was an option. The forest had already decided. And deep inside, past the fear, past the denial, something darker stirred. A part of me that wanted to know, that wanted to hear what else the trees could say. The decision wasn't brave. It wasn't noble. It was born from the cornered instinct of someone who realizes that every escape route has already been sealed. By noon, I stopped pacing the RV. Stopped pretending I'd wait for a ranger or another traveler to stumble by. I laced up my boots, filled my pack, and stepped outside with the heavy certainty that I was walking back toward the hollow. The air was still, too warm for the season, thick with resin. Each breath felt like it coated my throat, heavy, cloying. The trail wasn't the same as before. It had shifted, subtly but unmistakably. Turns where there hadn't been turns. Roots I didn't remember snaking across the dirt. The forest wasn't guiding me so much as reshaping itself, like a host eager to seat me at the table. The voices were constant now. They didn't wait for darkness. They threaded through every step, weaving a chorus that slipped under my skin. Sometimes they spoke clearly. Childhood friends, old teachers, neighbors I hadn't thought about in decades. Other times they warped, merging into half-formed murmurs that pulled at me without meaning. And threaded through all of it was my own voice, repeating things I never remembered saying. After what felt like hours, but couldn't have been more than one, the trees bent back into that same half-circle. The hollow yawned in the earth, wider now, edges slick with damp moss. The stumps around it looked older, rotted deeper, though I knew that wasn't possible. Time didn't move normally here. It moved the way the forest wanted. I approached the edge, flashlight gripped though daylight still pressed weakly through the canopy. The whispers converged again, pouring down into the pit like water. My skin prickled. Every instinct screamed to turn back. But then, my father's voice, clear, steady, not whispering, but speaking. "It's all right. I'm here." I froze. Tears stung my eyes before I could stop them. He sounded exactly as he had the last night I saw him alive, voice rough with exhaustion but gentle, loving. I wanted to collapse into it, wanted to believe more than anything. And then my sister's laugh joined him, that small, secret giggle she never let anyone else hear. It rang pure, brighter than I'd ever remembered it. I dropped to my knees at the edge of the hollow, chest heaving. The soil shifted. Not visibly, no collapse, no slide, but I felt it move, as though something underneath pressed upward, straining against a thin skin. The voices swelled, blending together, shaping themselves into something too large to belong to individuals. They weren't fragments anymore. They were a single voice, made of every memory I owned, every name I'd loved or lost. It said my name, not whispered, commanded. My body leaned forward before I could stop it, hands planted in the dirt, knees sinking into pine needles, head dipping toward the hollow. A warmth radiated from the pit, damp and sweet like exhaled breath. My chest tightened with longing and terror all at once. Then I saw it, not with my eyes, at least not the way sight usually works. It was more like recognition blooming across my skin. A face formed in the soil, not mine, not anyone's, but built from pieces of all the voices. Eyes that were too many and not enough. A mouth shaped like hunger and memory combined. It looked up at me and I knew this was the forest. This was what it had always been. Not trees, not silence, but something older, something that fed on us the way roots fed on water. And it wanted me. I staggered back, choking on bile, nearly falling against a stump. The voices turned sharp, urgent, losing their soothing edge. They barked my name, overlapping louder, like parents scolding, like friends accusing, like lovers pleading. They pressed until my skull rang with them. "No," I shouted, clutching my head, stumbling toward the trail. My voice sounded small, pathetic against theirs. But I ran anyway, teeth gritted, tears burning. The forest didn't chase me the way animals do. It didn't need to. The trail wound into itself, folding back so that every turn returned me closer to the hollow. No matter how fast I ran, no matter how many branches slapped my face, the clearing always opened ahead, pit waiting, voices laughing. By the third time I burst into that half circle, knees buckling, I collapsed. My chest heaved, heart drumming ragged, throat raw from screaming. I knew then I couldn't outrun it. And that's when the forest shifted tactics. The whispers thinned, softened again as if they'd never grown sharp. The voices gentled, coaxing, soothing, like hands smoothing a child's hair. They told me I didn't have to fight, that I didn't have to be afraid, that all I had to do was listen. And beneath all that comfort, I heard the truth. Surrender. I pressed my face into my hands, sobbing. The thought of giving in terrified me, but the thought of resisting forever felt impossible. My will was fraying, thread by thread, until I wondered if maybe letting go was mercy, if maybe the forest was right. But then, another sound, not a whisper, not a voice, a knock. I froze, 3 sharp knocks echoing across the hollow like someone rapping against the inside of a wall. It was the same rhythm I'd heard against the RV. 3. A pause. 3 more. But this time I recognized it. It wasn't the forest. It wasn't memory. It was me. My own desperate warning, looping back, trying to cut through. I staggered upright, clutching my pack like a weapon. "You don't own me," I croaked, voice shaking. "Not yet." The laughter that followed was worse than any threat. It rolled through the pines, low and endless, every trunk vibrating with it. The soil at the pit's edge rippled, rising in a slow swell. Something beneath it pressed harder, closer. I didn't wait to see it break through. I ran again, but this time, instead of fighting the trail, I threw myself off it. I cut through underbrush, tearing skin, ripping clothes, lungs screaming with effort. Branches whipped my face, roots clawed my ankles, but I pushed forward, away from the pit, away from the circle of stumps. The forest roared behind me, voices crashing together in a wave that shook the ground, but I kept running until my body gave out, until I collapsed into a ditch lined with ferns and lay gasping, chest on fire. For the first time in days, or maybe forever, I couldn't hear the whispers, just the rasp of my breath, the pounding of my blood. But I knew better than to believe I'd escaped. I don't know how long I lay there, face pressed into damp ferns, body trembling as if I'd been wrung dry. The silence felt unnatural, like the forest was holding its breath, waiting for me to move. My ears rang with phantom echoes, as though the whispers had burrowed so deep they left scars inside my skull. Every time I blinked, I saw the hollow again, saw that mouth of earth straining upward, saw eyes that were not eyes at all. When my strength returned enough to crawl, I didn't bother standing. I dragged myself on hands and knees through the undergrowth, desperate to put distance between me and the hollow. My compass hung useless around my neck, needle twitching, refusing to settle. The map in my pack felt like a cruel joke, lines and symbols that meant nothing in a place that bent itself at will. But I remembered something my father once told me when we went camping in Idaho, long before the world had hardened me. If you're lost, don't chase escape, chase water. Water always leads somewhere people can live. So I listened. Beneath the suffocating silence, beneath my own pulse thundering in my ears, I searched for the faintest hint of a stream. Hours passed, or maybe only minutes, until finally I heard it, the soft trickle of water over stone. Hope flared sharp enough to hurt. I followed the sound, forcing my legs to move, until I stumbled into a shallow creek winding between moss-dark boulders. I fell to my knees, drank greedily, and let the cold bite shock me back into focus. The forest loomed still, but the voices were thinner here, less insistent, like the water diluted their strength. I sat there a long time, clutching the edge of the creek, trying to gather my thoughts. My RV was gone to me. The trail was a trap. I had only two choices: follow the water and hope it led me out, or let the forest close its grip and finish what it started. I chose the water. I hiked downstream, shadows stretching as the day dimmed. The trees leaned closer with every step, their needles brushing like hands over my head. More than once, I thought I saw movement just ahead, a pale shape slipping between trunks, the echo of footsteps matching mine. Each time I tried to catch up, the shape vanished, leaving only the sound of branches swaying, though the air was still. As night fell, the whispers returned in full force. They didn't stay in the trees this time. They settled in the creek itself, gurgling between rocks and tones that formed my name. I tried to block them out, but thirst and exhaustion forced me to keep drinking, swallowing their voices with the water. Each sip felt heavier, as though I was filling myself with them, carrying them deeper inside. And then I saw the fire, a faint glow through the trees, flickering warm against the black. My heart stuttered. Could it be another camper? A ranger? Salvation? I stumbled toward it, stumbling over roots, branches tearing my arms. The closer I came, the brighter it grew, until I burst into a clearing I had never seen before. A fire burned in the center, tall and steady. Around it sat figures. At first I thought they were people. They wore the shapes of people. Sat with their knees bent, hands resting in their laps. But their faces, oh God, their faces. They weren't faces at all, but bark and shadow, knots shaped vaguely like eyes, mouths stretched too wide, expressions frozen in masks of sorrow and delight. One of them turned toward me. Its mouth moved, and my father's voice spilled out. Come sit. You're home now. My legs locked. I couldn't move, couldn't breathe. The others turned too, each speaking with a different voice from my life. Friends, strangers, voices long dead. The fire popped, sparks lifting into the night, and for a terrible moment I wanted nothing more than to join them. To sit in that circle, to let the warmth swallow me, to forget the struggle. But then I noticed the ground. Beneath the figures, the soil was sunken, worn into hollows. Not footprints, body prints. As if others had sat there before and the forest had absorbed them, pressed them down into the dirt until nothing remained but impressions. Panic broke the trance. I staggered back, tripping over roots, nearly falling into the firelight. The figures didn't rise. They only watched, mouths moving, voices twisting into one single sound: laughter. Low, endless, like the forest itself finding amusement in my fear. I ran again, crashing through the underbrush, ignoring the branches tearing my skin. The creek guided me, silver in the moonlight, its trickle drowned now beneath the roar of voices chasing me through the pines. When I finally collapsed again, gasping and shaking, I was alone. The fire was gone. The figures were gone. But the smell lingered, smoke and resin, sweet and suffocating. I pressed my forehead to the damp earth and whispered a promise I wasn't sure I could keep. I will not let you have me. Not yet. The forest answered with silence so deep it felt like a trap resetting. I didn't sleep. I couldn't. I sat through the night, clutching a rock in one hand like it was a weapon, watching the shadows stretch and shrink with the moonlight. And when dawn came, pale and reluctant, I rose with it, determined to follow the creek until my legs gave out or the trees thinned into something human again. But even as I walked, I knew. The forest wasn't done with me. It had only changed its shape, and somewhere behind me, or ahead, or beside, I could still hear footsteps. My own. By mid-morning, the creek had widened enough to braid around stones, the water moving with a patient, indifferent push that made me feel small. I kept one hand in it as I walked, fingers numb, because as long as I felt the cold on my skin, I could tell myself I was still a body, not a story the forest was telling itself. The trees pressed nearer to the channel, roots exposed like knuckles punched through soil, but they didn't quite touch the water. That gave me courage I hadn't earned. The banks rose into a shallow gorge and the creek curved left, cutting a polished groove in dark basalt. I slid along the rock, breath fogging, and nearly missed it, the first man-made thing I'd seen since my RV. A rusted steel stake driven into the bedrock at a bend, head stamped with a circle and letters worn to ghosts. I scrubbed mud with my palm until they emerged, USFS and a date that shouldn't have looked so old, 1964, yet felt like a century deeper than it was. Below the stamp, someone had scratched a single word in a jittery hand, stay. I recoiled like it burned. The forest didn't need nails and stamps. That scrawl belonged to hands like mine. I stared too long at the gouged letters and realized the groove of each S matched the curve of my own handwriting when I was tired. I couldn't know that, and yet it was true. Coincidence, I told the water. Coincidence, or a joke. The creek answered by swallowing my words and carrying them downstream in a mouthless mumble. I walked on until the gorge spilled into a broad, shallow fan where the creek split and rejoined like braided hair. Tangled in a snag of driftwood lay a faded tarp and a length of paracord. My heart stumbled hard enough to hurt. They were sun-brittle, scabbed with lichen, but they were human. Proof. I splashed to them, half laughing, half sobbing, until my fingers were on the cord and the laughter died on my tongue. The paracord was knotted in threes. 3 loops, a pause, 3 loops, a pause. A rhythm that struck bone. A rhythm like the knocks on my RV. I dropped it as if it had teeth. The whispering rose with the gesture. The pines above rasping like animals shifting in sleep. I wanted so badly to trace the knots to some sensible story. A Boy Scout trick, a guide signal, but the forest was faster. In the bark across the creek, sap welled clean as tears, beaded and slid in thin lines, shaping the word home as deliberate as any hand. I lunged away, slipping on algae, catching myself with a shout that echoed up the ravine. The sound didn't come back right. The echo returned in my voice, yes, but beat for beat wrong. The pauses in the wrong places, a stranger wearing my cadence. Stop, I said, because I had nothing else. I hear you. Stop. The trees obliged. They froze into a silence so thick it made my ears throb. For a minute, I thought I'd won a small battle, but the quiet was a lid clapped over a pot. Pressure mounted underneath. I kept moving. The creek drew me past a spill of blackened timbers that at first I took for a blowdown. Then I saw the right angles, the half-moon cut of nails, the ghost of a floor. Not a house, too small, but an outbuilding or a cabin foundation, maybe a tool shed from an old logging spur. Pinned to a stump nearby by a square nail was a sheet of tin. Someone had scratched on it with a nail or knife, a trail map in ruin, a rectangle labeled Silent Pines, and a dead-end spur out to a circle. The circle had a single word beside it, mouth. I stared until I swayed. The circle sat exactly where the hollow would be on any map of this place, if maps still mattered. The spur looked like the one I'd followed. My hands shook as if the tin hummed in them. When I peeled it free, the stump beneath bore a shadow image of the letters, the word mouth left in pale wood like a branded warning, or a promise. Water, I heard my father say behind me, except I knew it wasn't behind me, and I knew it wasn't him. Follow the water. I am, I said. You always were, the voice answered, and for the first time I heard the smile in it. I threw the tin into the creek. It bobbed, spun, and slid away, map smearing into reflection as it went. My chest ached with the sense I'd just discarded something essential, but I kept walking because stopping felt like offering my throat. The gorge softened, pines spreading into pillars, and the sky widened a fraction. There, like a miracle, was a stump cut clean, flat as a table. Chainsaw marks, a trail of them, Old stumps marching in a line that made sense. Human sense. I followed them like a pilgrim. They led me to a road. If you can call two parallel ruts a road. Grass and saplings had colonized the middle. Alder whips bowed in, quick to claim what was empty. But beneath the green, the shape remained. A logging track abandoned when men in hard hats packed up and left the forest to itself. I stepped into one rut and felt the ground hold my weight with a steadiness I hadn't felt in days. I laughed, an ugly wet sound, and started down it, quickening with every yard. Roads end somewhere, even a bad one. The first sign that this one didn't, not in any way I wanted, was the smell. Diesel at first, phantom fumes from a memory of machines. Then hot creosote, sun on rail ties, except there were no rails. The second sign was the ditch to my left, full of water that pretended to flow but somehow didn't move at all. The third was the tire track that appeared and reappeared in the mud ahead, a single tread that matched my RV's all-terrain pattern. Each time it vanished, my stomach dropped. Each time it came back, it returned from the wrong direction, crossing my path as if I had passed through here before. The whispers tried a new trick. They didn't call my name. They narrated. They said softly, like bedtime, "Now he will see the landmark he thinks means salvation." I told myself not to look for landmarks. I stared at my boots, and still I saw it. The radio tower. Or what remained of one. A lattice of steel like a rib cage toppled across a cut bank, its top half twisted into the trees. Beneath it, a concrete pad had survived, pitted but solid, a metal cabinet bolted to its center. The cabinet door hung open. Inside, a weathered radio, dials spun to nowhere, a microphone on a frayed curly cord like an umbilical. I stood a long time without touching it. The forest held its breath with me. Finally, I stepped onto the pad and put my hand in the cabinet as if I were reaching into a patient. The mic was room temperature, which meant nothing out here. I thumbed the button. It crackled, not with power, but with friction and old dust. I spoke anyway. I'm lost in Deschutes, near an old spur called Silent Pines. If anyone can hear, copy, a voice said instantly. I jerked so hard the mic clacked the cabinet. Hello? Copy, it said again and again, stuttering into a string of itself like a cassette snagging. Then between the copies, a different word in a child's whisper. Stay. I set the microphone down as carefully as if it were a snake. No, I told it. No more. From the trees behind me, my sister's laugh rolled out. Not distant, right at my back. I turned. No one stood there. But the tower's shadow had changed length without the sun moving, and my own shadow beside it didn't match me. It was longer, leaner, head cocked the way my double had cocked his earlier, patient as a portrait. I took one step off the pad, and the forest rushed in. Not the trees, the sense of them. The feeling of being watched collapsed into a single point so tight it hurt, like the air pinched at the base of my skull. My knees wobbled. I thought, with cold clarity, this is where it happens. This is where the forest takes me and writes another map, another tin sheet for someone else to find. I ran. Not down the road, not back to the creek. I cut sideways through sword ferns and salal, reckless as a deer, because any line the forest had given me now felt like a leash. Branches grabbed, thorns drew lines across my shins, and still I drove through until the undergrowth tore open, and I stumbled into a space wrong in a new way. A meadow. A real one, not a clearing. Grasses chest high, seed heads ticking, a low mist braided through like breath caught in fabric. In the center, a rock as big as my RV, its top black glazed as if from fire. The pines stood back from the ring, respectful or afraid. Wind touched this place, a thin ribbon threading the grass so it hissed a warning or a welcome, impossible to tell. I waded in. The ground yielded under my boots with a spring I recognized only when I broke stride. Peat. Sphagnum, layered with centuries of things that fell and never quite finished dying. The rock in the middle glittered wet. I climbed it on hands and knees, left dark prints. At the top, someone had carved a shallow basin. It held water clear as glass. I peered in and saw the sky. Then my face. Then, impossibly, both at once, as if I stood above myself looking down, The basin whispered without sound, the way a mouth shapes words you understand anyway. Put your hands in. No, put your hands in and see where you are. I know where I am. But my voice trembled and the lie tasted of metal. My hands moved without permission. They sank into the cold, and the cold was a throat. I flinched and nearly jerked back, but the shock steadied into a numb that felt like relief. The basin didn't show me pictures. It fed me a sensation, the unmistakable feel of steering wheel leather under my palms, the engine hum, the seat stitching under my thighs, my RV moving. For an ecstatic second, I thought the forest had relented, that it had coaxed the machine to life, that I could sprint back to the clearing and go. Then the sensation tilted. The wheel shuddered under my grip, not because of acceleration, but because of ruts. The seat didn't sit where it should. It sat lower, closer to the earth, because the RV's tires had sunk to their sidewalls in mud. The smell in the cabin wasn't coffee and dust. It was stagnant water wicked up into carpet. And the rhythm from outside, 3 knocks, a pause, 3 knocks, wasn't a warning from me. It was something tapping cheerfully on the undercarriage. I ripped my hands free. Water sheeted down my wrists and pattered on the rock like a clock. The meadow swayed, not with wind but with breath I couldn't place. The sudden certainty landed with a clean, surgical edge. The forest already had my RV. It had parked it where it wanted, a mile away or a foot or in a place you only reached by giving up and lying down. You don't want me to leave, I said to the rock, the water, the pines. You never did. The grass hissed yes. The basin stilled as smooth as an eye. The far side of the meadow darkened as if a cloud crossed the sun, but the sky above was blank. Something stood at the edge of the grass, exactly my height, exactly my patience. My double raised one arm, palm up, as gracious as a host inviting a guest to sit. A part of me softened. Not into surrender, not yet, but into a recognition so old it scraped. We spend our lives pretending we are separate from the places we cross. The places sometimes pretend it too. But not here, not now. Here the pretense had ended. The forest and I were in a conversation, and only one of us had time. Then hear me, I said, surprising myself with the steadiness of it. If you keep me, you keep everything I am. That includes the part that scratches messages in metal and the part that knocks warnings and the part that walks to water. You can wear me, but I wear back. The double's mouth didn't move, but the trees behind him exhaled. The sound bent again into that almost laughter. The basin water trembled a fraction, amused. I climbed down from the rock with careful ceremonial motions, as if I were stepping off a stage. The peat flexed under my boots. I did not look back at the basin. I walked to the meadow's edge until I could feel my double's breath on my face, or thought I could, and kept moving. He dissolved into grass like a reflection disturbed by a drop. When the pines closed around me again, the voices resumed with the gentle terror of lullabies. They didn't push, not now. They accompanied. And I understood something new. The forest could force me to stay by twisting paths and breaking engines. But what it wanted, what it fed on, was the moment I decided for myself not to leave. It would keep offering me that decision until I made it. The day stretched without sky. That was the only way I could describe it. The light filtered through the pines in a dull gray wash, neither bright nor dim, as though the forest had stolen the concept of time and replaced it with its own rhythm. I walked because stopping felt like permission. I walked until the ache in my calves dulled into a background throb, until the voices blended into a soft undercurrent, the way static hums in an empty radio channel. At times I caught myself answering them, not out loud, but in my head, like I was engaged in a conversation I hadn't agreed to. They would murmur a memory, my mother's hands folding laundry, and I would think, yes, that's how it smelled, like lavender and dust. They would whisper a secret I'd buried, and I would flinch, and in that flinch, I admitted they were right. Every acknowledgement was a thread, and I could feel them weaving me tighter into their net. By mid-afternoon, the creek had vanished into peatland, its water swallowed into moss that gleamed as if lit from beneath. I tested each step, but the ground yielded with a give that made my stomach clench. Peat bogs don't let go. More than once I pulled my boot free only by falling forward and dragging it behind me, heart hammering with the thought of sinking forever. It was then that the forest offered me another gift. A cabin. It leaned against a slope of stone, roof sagging but intact, its walls dark with pitch and age. No glass in the windows, but shutters hung crooked, a door ajar. Smoke stains trailed up the chimney like ghosts of old fires. My heart lurched at the sight of right angles, human design. For a moment I convinced myself this was salvation, that some trapper's hut had outlived its maker, waiting to give me shelter. Inside, the air was cool, still. Dust lay in thick drifts, disturbed only by my boots. A table stood in the center, one leg propped with a stone, and on it lay objects I couldn't at first comprehend. They looked like tools, compass, knife, lantern, but softened, melted, their edges blurred as if the forest had tried to imitate them and failed. I touched the compass, and its needle spun wildly before snapping to point not north, but directly at the door. The whispers thickened around me. They didn't use familiar voices now, they used mine. You built this, you've always lived here. Sit down. Rest. I wanted to. God, I wanted to. The chair in the corner looked almost comfortable despite its broken slats. I imagined myself sinking into it, closing my eyes, letting the silence fold over me like a blanket. But the table caught me. Scratched into its surface beneath the dust were words I knew instantly were mine, though I had never written them. If you sit, you stay. If you leave, you run forever. The choice lodged in my chest like a splinter. Stay, surrender, and become another voice in the trees. Leave and run until my legs or my mind gave out. Neither was freedom. I staggered out before I could decide, before the chair could become too tempting. The forest didn't protest. It didn't need to. The offer was still there, waiting. The bog gave way to higher ground, and for the first time I saw the horizon break. Mountains in the distance, blue and jagged, their ridges sharp against the sky. My chest ached with hope. Civilization lay beyond mountains, roads, towns, people. If I could reach them, I could prove the forest wrong. I quickened my pace, the whispers dimmed as if sulking, receding into the canopy. Each step toward that horizon lightened me, though fatigue gnawed at the edges of my body. For a few glorious minutes, I almost believed I was winning. Then the path widened, not into meadow this time, but into a scar. A logging cut, decades old, overgrown but still raw in its geometry. Stumps like gravestones jutted in rows, fungi gnawing at their hearts. In the middle of the scar stood my RV. At least, that's what I thought at first. The shape was perfect, white paint dulled with dust, ladder glinting faintly, windows catching the weak light. My knees nearly buckled with relief. I stumbled toward it, shouting like a man calling for his lost home. But 20 feet away, I stopped. The RV wasn't right. The windows were too dark, too reflective. The tires sank half into the soil, as though it had been parked for years. The license plate was mine, but the letters swam, reshaped themselves into words before settling back. And worst of all, there were no seams, no doors, no way in. It wasn't my RV. It was the forest wearing its skin. The voices surged, triumphant. They pressed so loud I clapped my hands to my ears, but it did nothing. They said in unison, "You never left. You never will." I screamed, raw and wordless, and hurled a rock at the nearest window. The glass didn't shatter. It rippled like water, absorbing the blow. My reflection warped in it, and for a heartbeat I saw not myself but the double, grinning with a mouth too wide. I staggered back, sobbing, the truth hammering down with absolute clarity. The forest didn't just want me to stay. It had already claimed me. It had rewritten the world until escape was an illusion. I collapsed among the stumps, chest heaving. My skin prickled with the sense of roots crawling beneath, threads waiting to wrap me, pull me down. I wanted to give up, to let the soil take me, to let the voices end the fight. But another thought wormed through, fragile but sharp. If the forest wants me broken, then I will not break. If it wants me silent, then I will scream. I hauled myself up, throat raw, and shouted into the trees. You don't get to decide what I am. You don't get to decide my story. The voices fell silent, not faded, cut off, as if stunned. For the first time since I'd entered Silent Pines, I stood in true quiet. It lasted seconds, maybe less, but it was mine. Then the laughter returned, louder than before, shaking the trunks, rattling the false RV until its panels shimmered. The ground quivered under my boots. I backed away, every nerve screaming that the forest was done playing. The sky dimmed as though clouds rushed in, though none showed. The false RV shuddered, its shape dissolving, walls folding inward until it collapsed into the earth like a carcass devoured from beneath. The soil sucked it down without trace, leaving only stumps and silence. And then the whisper came again. One voice this time. Mine. Come home. I turned and ran. I ran until my lungs tore, until my vision flickered with spots, until the forest blurred into a smear of dark trunks and needled shadows. My boots struck earth felt softer with every stride, the ground giving like flesh. Somewhere behind me, or maybe inside me, the voice kept repeating, steady and patient, come home, come home, come home. I didn't know where I was going anymore. The mountains I had seen on the horizon had vanished, swallowed by the endless pines. The creek was gone. Every path bled into another, weaving circles that returned me to places that looked familiar but weren't. My compass needle spun like it was drunk. At last, my body betrayed me. My legs buckled and I crashed into the base of a tree, bark grinding into my cheek. I lay there, sucking shallow gasps, too weak even to push myself up. And that's when I heard footsteps. Not mine, not echoes. Heavy, deliberate. They came from the trail behind me, crunching pine needles, drawing closer with each measured step. I forced my head up. The figure that emerged was unmistakable, though it twisted my mind to accept it. It was my father, alive, dressed in the flannel shirt he wore the day he died, his beard flecked with gray, his eyes tired but kind. He smiled, just as I remembered. Dad? My voice cracked. He crouched, reached out a hand. You've been gone a long time, son. Let's go home. Every nerve screamed that this wasn't real. The forest was wearing him like a mask, but my chest ached with longing. I hadn't said goodbye. I hadn't heard his voice since that night, and here it was, warm and close. My hand lifted before I could stop it. Then I saw the roots. They curled from beneath his sleeves, coiling down his wrist like veins carved from bark. His smile stretched too wide, teeth too even, eyes too black. My stomach dropped, and I yanked my hand back. You're not him, I whispered. The thing didn't falter. It only straightened, smile frozen, and said again, let's go home. I scrambled up, legs trembling, and bolted into the trees. The thing didn't chase. It didn't need to. The forest around me shifted, trunks leaning, roots snaring at my boots. The voices rose again, louder, angrier, like a storm tearing through leaves. I stumbled into another clearing, smaller this time, ringed tight with pines whose branches touched like clasped hands. In the center stood a stone marker, waist high, its surface worn smooth by rain. Words were etched into it, faint but legible. Silent Pines Trail, closed 1971. Below it, carved more roughly, were lines of names, dozens of them. Some etched deep, others shallow, like different hands had returned again and again to leave their mark. Some I recognized, classmates, neighbors, people who had disappeared, names I'd heard whispered in town but never understood why. And at the bottom, scratched fresh, still raw in the stone, was mine. My stomach lurched. I stumbled back, shaking my head. No, I didn't. The whispers surged, overlapping, a chorus of all the names on that stone. They rose into a scream that rattled the air itself. My vision blurred. My legs gave out and I fell to my knees, palms pressed to the cold earth. Not yet, I gasped. I won't let you. The forest answered. Not with words, but with silence. Absolute, crushing, final. The kind that pressed into your skull until you swore you could hear your own blood. And in that silence, something shifted beneath the soil. The ground at the center of the clearing bulged. Slowly, deliberately, a shape rose. A hand. No, many hands, woven of roots and soil, clutching, reaching. They formed arms, shoulders, a torso, until an entire figure stood before me. Not my father, not my sister, not anyone I knew. A body made of all of them, every voice, every face woven together into one. Its eyes were empty pits, but they saw me. It stepped forward, the ground trembling. The voices returned, all speaking in unison from its hollow chest. You belong to us, you always did. Terror froze me, but something else burned underneath. Defiance. I thought of the warning carved in tin, of the knots, of the scratches in wood. Others had fought, others had tried. Maybe none had won, but they'd left marks. Marks that reached me. I forced myself to stand, legs shaking. Then take me, I said, voice raw, but I will not go quiet. The figure paused as though surprised. The voices faltered, a beat of hesitation. In that crack, I screamed, not in fear, but in rage. A scream that tore my throat raw, a sound so human, so alive, it didn't belong to the forest. The pines shuddered. The figure reeled. The ground shook like an animal in pain. For the first time, I felt the forest retreat, not gone, but recoiling as if I'd burned it. I didn't wait. I bolted from the clearing, legs pumping, lungs tearing, the voices chasing but fractured, broken, no longer united. I ran until the trees thinned, until light bled through, until I stumbled into a dirt road cut into the slope of the mountain. And for the first time in days, maybe weeks, I saw something that didn't belong to the forest. A trailhead sign, faded, cracked, but real. With arrows, with mileage, with the promise of out. I collapsed against it, sobbing, laughing, too spent to stand. The forest hissed behind me, 1,000 whispers boiling in the canopy, but it didn't follow, not yet, because I finally understood. Silent Pines never lets you leave. Not really. It just waits and waits until you come back. The trailhead sign was sun-bleached and cracked, its letters half-eaten by moss, but I traced them with shaking fingers like scripture. Deschutes River Overlook, 4.6 miles. Forest Road 22, 6.1 miles. Numbers. Distances. The language of maps, of human certainty. My chest seized with relief so sharp it hurt. I could make it. If I pushed through, if I ignored the fatigue dragging at my muscles, I could be free by nightfall. I staggered forward, following the dirt cut of the road. It was narrow, bordered by ferns and swordgrass, but it held. Solid ground under boots, gravel crunching instead of the muffled give of pine needles. Each step away from the clearing felt like tearing a thread the forest had wound around me. The voices hissed in protest, but they were thinner now, stretched too far to claw me back. For the first time since I'd entered Silent Pines, I believed I might survive. The forest didn't give up easily. An hour in, the air thickened. The pines pressed tighter, their trunks bending toward the road as though conspiring. Shadows pooled, unnaturally deep, swallowing patches of daylight. I quickened my pace, pulse thundering, refusing to look back. That was when I heard the first echo. Not the forest's voices this time. My own, footsteps matching mine, breaths ragged in sync. I stopped. The echo stopped. I took one slow step, heel to toe. Behind me, another step landed, half a beat late. My mouth went dry. I forced myself to turn. There I was, 20 yards back, standing in the middle of the road, shoulders hunched, face pale, lips stretched in that too-wide grin I glimpsed in the RV's false window. My double tilted its head, mimicking me. No sound, no words, just watching. I stumbled forward, refusing to acknowledge it, heart-battering ribs. My double didn't follow, but the farther I walked, the closer it seemed, until each glance over my shoulder brought it nearer, like distance was a trick of the forest. By the time the road curved, it stood just at the edge of my vision, fingers twitching like roots reaching for soil. I broke into a run. Gravel scattered under my boots, lungs searing, but the road stretched endlessly, each bend revealing only more of itself. The mileage signs mocked me, each marker carved into wood, each one scratched out and replaced with longer numbers. 4 miles became 6. 6 became 8. The exit was receding, dragged away as I chased it. Panic gnawed at me. I stopped, doubled over, gasping, tears streaking my dirt-smeared face. The whispers surged in that moment of weakness, pressing all around me, not with threats this time, but with promises. Rest. Sit. You don't have to fight. You're already home. No, I croaked. My throat was raw, lips split, but the word came again, louder. No. The forest stilled. For a breathless moment, I thought I'd broken it again, like I had in the clearing. But then the road ended. One step I was on gravel, the next I stood at the lip of a vast drop. A canyon carved deep, too wide to cross, its walls slick with moss, its bottom hidden in shadow. The road didn't descend, didn't bridge. It simply stopped. Across the gap, I saw another road climbing the opposite slope, bright with impossible sunlight. The world I wanted lay there. And on this side, standing at the very edge, was my RV. Not twisted, not false, whole, exactly as I'd left it, paint chipped, bumper dented, curtains half drawn. The door was open, interior dark, my breath hitched. Salvation, or the cruelest trap yet. I staggered closer, boots slipping in loose soil. The canyon wind howled, carrying the resin-sweet stench of pine. I gripped the RV's side, metal warm against my palm, real, solid. Inside, shadows pooled, but I could smell it. Coffee grounds, dust, the faint scent of motor oil I'd lived with for years. Tears welled hot. I wanted nothing more than to climb inside, slam the door, and believe the forest had relented. But then I saw them, footprints, bare, human, leading into the RV. My size, my stride. The same ones I'd seen outside that morning when the door was ajar. They disappeared into the dark as if swallowed. My double waited inside. I knew it without seeing. The voices pressed close, urging, coaxing. Go in. It's yours. You belong here. I stood at the threshold trembling. If I stepped inside, would I be free, or would I never leave again? A sound broke the moment. A knock. From beneath the RV, 3 sharp raps, a pause, 3 more. My warning, my rhythm. I staggered back, heart seizing. The RV shimmered, edges blurring, paint running like wet ink. The open door sagged, folding into shadow until it was nothing but a hole in the air. And from that hole, a hand reached out. My hand. Bark-skinned, root-veined. I turned and ran, away from the RV, away from the canyon, back into the forest that laughed without sound. Branches tore at me, needles raked my face, but I didn't stop until my legs buckled, and I collapsed in the dark. When I woke, the world had shifted again. The road was gone. The canyon was gone. Only trees. Only silence. Only the whispers, soft and patient, waiting for me to rise. And I knew then what escape really meant. There was none. Silent Pines wasn't a place you left. It was a place that followed you. I woke to stillness so complete it felt staged. No birds, no wind, not even the creak of branches. My breath was the only sound, shallow and ragged, and even that seemed borrowed. I sat up slowly, dirt clinging to my arms, needles stuck to my skin like stitches. My body ached with the weight of days without rest, but it was my mind that felt thinner, worn at the edges, stretched too tight. The trees circled me, closer now. They leaned in, trunks bowed, branches arched overhead until I could barely see the sky. A cathedral of pine, a prison of silence. And at the center, me, kneeling, shaking, waiting for the final word. The whispers returned, but softer than ever, not insistent, not commanding. They murmured like lullabies, fragments of comfort from every voice I'd ever loved. My mother calling me in for dinner. My father humming along to a radio, my sister's laugh, friends I'd lost touch with, strangers I'd forgotten I'd met. All of them woven into a single chorus that pressed against me with unbearable tenderness. Stay. You're tired. You've fought long enough. Lay down and it will be easy. I wanted to. God help me. I wanted to. My eyelids sagged. My body yearned for release. The forest promised peace, an end to running, an end to fear. But in the lull, in the softness, I caught something beneath it. Not cruelty. Not rage. Hunger. It wanted me to choose this, to surrender willingly. That was the true feast. I staggered to my feet, legs trembling. No, I whispered. My voice shook, thin as paper, but it was mine. The silence deepened. The trees held their breath, the voices stilled. And then, out of the hush, came a sound that froze my blood. Footsteps. They came from ahead, down a narrow gap between trunks, steady and measured. I braced myself for the double, for another mask of my father, my sister, anyone it thought could break me. But when the figure emerged, I nearly collapsed. It was me. But not the double I'd seen before. Not grinning, not hollow-eyed. This one was worn, dirt-streaked, gaunt. He looked like I did now, broken, afraid, desperate. He met my gaze, and I knew in an instant, this was no trick. This was me, a fragment, a piece I'd shed somewhere along the way, called back to haunt me. He stopped a few feet away. We stared at each other, breathing in rhythm. Then he spoke, voice low, cracked with exhaustion. "You can't win." My chest seized. "I know." "Then why are you still fighting?" I had no answer. My throat closed, my double stepped closer, eyes hollow with grief, and whispered the truth I'd avoided. "Because you already belong here." The forest shivered with delight, every trunk trembling. The air vibrated with agreement. My double reached out, hand trembling, white palm open in invitation. Behind him, the trees seemed to part, revealing a glimpse of the hollow, the pit where it had all begun, yawning wider, soil rippling like breath. This was the end. Either I surrendered to the forest's embrace, let myself be folded into its roots, or I kept running until I broke. My hand lifted, hovered, shook. Then I remembered. The tin sheet, the knots, the carved warnings. Others had fought, others had resisted. Maybe they'd lost, but they had left signs. Signs for me. My scream in the clearing had cracked the voices. My refusal had bought me silence, however brief. And in that silence I realized something vital. The forest wanted me whole. It wanted my surrender. It didn't know what to do with defiance. I met my double's gaze, my reflection, my weakness, my truth, and I lowered my hand. "I may belong here," I said, voice steadier than I felt. "But you don't own me." The forest roared. The ground split with a sound like bone breaking, bay, the hollow yawning wider, roots writhing toward me. My double's face twisted, mouth tearing too wide, eyes black with fury. The voices screamed, fractured, incoherent. I screamed back. Not words, not defiance, just raw sound, primal, human. A scream of being alive, of refusing to be consumed quietly. It ripped my throat, burned my lungs, and still I screamed until the forest shuddered, until the voices cracked like glass under strain. And then, silence. True silence. The double was gone. The hollow sealed. The trees stood still, branches lifting like they had never moved. For the first time since entering Silent Pines, the air smelled clean. Pine, earth, resin, nothing more. I collapsed to my knees, sobbing, choking on relief and terror. Was it over? Had I won? Or had the forest only paused, waiting for me to weaken again? I didn't know. When I finally stood, my body was shaking, hollow, barely mine. I walked without direction, and somehow, impossibly, the trees thinned. The air lightened. The ground sloped down to a gravel road lined with faded markers, and beyond it, sky, open sky. I stumbled into the light, tears streaming, gasping at the sight of it. Birds wheeled overhead, wind whispered through grass. The world beyond Silent Pines stretched before me, vast and unclaimed. I don't know how long I stood there, long enough for the sun to dip, long enough for shadows to stretch, long enough to believe, maybe, that I had left. But as I write this now, nights later, parked miles away in a town that doesn't know my name, I can still hear it. In the quiet between cars, in the sigh of trees outside my window, the whispers. Patient. Familiar. Silent Pines doesn't need to hold me there. It already planted itself inside me. And one day, when I'm tired enough, when I'm weak enough, I'll go back. Because the forest never wanted me to leave. It only wanted me to know it could wait. I never thought much about the stories until I was alone, parked in my Volkswagen on the edge of the Smoky Mountains, and the silence around me felt heavier than the night itself. People like to talk about the beauty of national parks, the untouched wilderness, the deep forests, the sweeping views. But what doesn't get said often enough is that beauty has teeth. These landscapes don't bend for you. They don't care about you. And sometimes they take people in a way that leaves no answers, no traces, nothing but questions that linger like ghosts. It started for me the summer I was 32. Restless after a year that felt like it was swallowing me whole. I'd lost my job, my relationship was gone, and the only thing that still felt solid was the beat-up Volkswagen camper van my father left me. That van became my anchor. I told myself I'd spend a season traveling the national parks, breathing fresh air, getting clarity, and reminding myself of who I was outside the collapse of my life. But clarity isn't what I found. What I found was something that has never let me go. The Smokies were my first stop. I rolled into a campground tucked along a river, the kind of place that smelled of pine needles and damp moss, where the sound of water rushing over stones drowned out almost everything else. Families camped there, kids running with flashlights, marshmallows roasting over fire pits. On the surface, it was harmless, welcoming even. But I remember an older ranger who stopped by as I was checking in. He looked at me, looked through me, really, and asked, "You camping alone?" When I nodded, he didn't smile. He just muttered, "Stay near the lights. Don't go off trail at night." I laughed it off. I thought it was the kind of thing rangers said to scare newcomers, to keep city people from wandering into trouble. But that first night, I understood there was something else behind his words. I was sitting by my fire, listening to the hiss of the river, when I realized I couldn't hear the families anymore. Just an hour earlier, the campground had been alive with laughter, the crack of firewood, the hum of radios. But suddenly it was as if everything had gone silent at once. Then I heard it, a knock. 3 dull thuds somewhere out past the tree line. My first thought was that it was someone signaling, maybe kids playing. But the sound didn't repeat in a playful rhythm. It was steady, deliberate, each knock spaced evenly, like it had purpose. I froze, staring into the dark, and the fire felt far too small to hold back what was out there. When the sound stopped, I told myself it was nothing, just branches falling or wood shifting as it cooled. That's what the rational brain does. It grabs any explanation it can find to stay calm. But when I finally turned in for the night, lying in the narrow bed in the back of my van, I dreamed of people standing between the trees, their faces turned away, waiting for something. And when I woke, I couldn't shake the feeling that I had heard the knock in my sleep too, echoing inside the dream. I left the Smokies after 3 nights, unsettled but determined not to scare myself into quitting before I even began. Next was Shenandoah, then Acadia. Then I headed west toward Yellowstone, Yosemite, Rainier, places that felt carved into American mythology. And everywhere I went, I kept hearing stories. A man gone without a trace. A child who wandered off and was never seen again. An experienced hiker whose footprints just stopped in the middle of a trail as if the earth had swallowed him. At first, I thought it was coincidence. Every park has its tragedies, wild places are dangerous, but the pattern grew clearer with each stop. The disappearances weren't just tragic accidents. They carried a strange sameness, a detail here, a whisper there. Some said they heard knocking sounds. Others said they saw lights where there should have been none. A few mentioned hearing their name called in the trees, though no one was there. And the worst part was that the parks never explained. They closed off sections of trail, they sent search teams, but in the end, the answers were always the same. Unresolved, inconclusive, no evidence. I told myself I was collecting stories, piecing together campfire myths. But then came Yosemite. And Yosemite was where it stopped being something I heard about and became something I lived. I parked at a campground not far from Tuolumne Meadows, a wide-open stretch where granite domes rose like the backs of ancient creatures. The air was thinner there, colder, with a smell of snow even in July. I remember the stars that night, so sharp they looked like they could cut through the black. I'd set up my small camp, cooked beans on the stove in the van, and was journaling by lantern light when a woman walked past my sight. She looked about my age, maybe a little younger, with a long braid and a jacket too thin for the cold. She nodded at me but didn't speak. I noticed she didn't carry a pack, didn't seem to have gear, didn't even have the slow, heavy walk of someone who'd hiked up from the valley floor. She just moved along the edge of the sights, slipping between the shadows until I lost sight of her. Something about it didn't sit right. I told myself maybe her camp was nearby. But when I asked a couple of families the next morning if they'd seen her, no one had. That night, I couldn't shake the unease. I left the lantern burning longer than usual, the light flickering off the van's windows, and that's when I heard the knock again. 3 dull thuds, this time closer. I got up, stepped out with my flashlight, and aimed it toward the tree line. Nothing. Just silver trunks and silence. Then I heard my name. Soft, almost like a sigh, but clear enough to slice through the dark. I spun around, thinking maybe one of the families was playing a trick, but all the camps were quiet, their fires burned down to coals. The sound came again, stretched thin like it had to travel a long distance. Eli. That was my name. And when I turned back toward the trees, I saw her, the woman with the braid, standing just beyond the light, her face hidden in the dark. She lifted her hand, not waving, not signaling, just pointing deeper into the forest. My chest tightened, and every instinct screamed not to follow, but I couldn't move. I was locked there, my flashlight trembling in my grip until I forced myself backward step by step into the safety of my van. I locked the doors, pulled the curtains, and sat there until dawn, the sound of knocking echoing in my head. The next morning, her footprints were in the dirt. I saw them clear as day, pressed deep as if she'd been standing there all night. But they didn't lead away, they just stopped. I left Yosemite the next day, but I didn't tell anyone why. How could I? To say I saw a woman with no camp, no pack, who spoke my name from the shadows and left footprints that led nowhere. What would that make me sound like? Another camper, spooked by the wilderness. Another story passed around the ranger station. I told myself I'd imagined it, that exhaustion and altitude sickness were enough to play tricks on my mind. But the human body knows when something is wrong, even if the mind keeps denying it. By the time I reached Yellowstone, I was unraveling. Yellowstone is vast, an entire world stitched together with boiling rivers, geysers that blast from the earth, and valleys where herds of bison graze like ghosts of a time before us. It should have been awe-inspiring. Instead, I felt hunted. Not by an animal, not even by a person, but by the memory of that knock, of that voice pulling my name from the night. The first 2 days were uneventful. I hiked short trails, I stayed near populated areas, I avoided dusk like it was a predator waiting for me. But on the third night, it happened again. I was parked near the Hayden Valley, the smell of sulfur drifting from the hot springs. The moon was full, the light sharp enough to paint the grass silver. I couldn't sleep, so I stepped out to breathe the night air. That's when I noticed movement across the valley. A single figure, small against the expanse, walking along the edge of the trees. My stomach knotted instantly. I knew it was her before my eyes even confirmed it. The braid, the thin jacket, the way she seemed untethered from the world around her. She didn't look at me, she didn't signal. She just walked, slow and steady, until the darkness swallowed her. And then came the knock. This time not from the trees, but from beneath me, as if something had struck the undercarriage of my van. The sound shot through my bones, paralyzing me. I crouched, checked under the van with my flashlight, nothing but dirt and grass. And yet my body told me I wasn't alone. I drove that night without stopping, pushing through the dark roads until dawn lit the horizon. My hands shook on the wheel. My eyes darted to the mirrors, half expecting to see someone sitting in the back seat. But there was nothing, always nothing, except the weight of what I'd seen. It was in Glacier that I finally broke. Glacier National Park is a place of impossible beauty. Mountains that look carved by gods, lakes so clear you see every stone resting at the bottom. But beauty doesn't cancel out the fact that people vanish here. Whole groups of hikers, hunters who knew the terrain like their own skin, experienced rangers. I remember sitting at my campsite near Lake McDonald, talking with an older man who'd been coming there every summer since the 70s. He told me about a boy who'd gone missing from the exact spot where we were sitting decades earlier. His family left the fire to fetch water, turned back, and the boy was gone. No scream, no rustle of leaves. Search teams combed the woods for weeks, but no footprints, no fabric, no blood. Nothing. The old man's voice dropped when he told me the family never camped again. He said the boy's mother believed she still heard her son's voice in the night, calling her name from the tree line. She swore he was alive, just beyond reach, and if she listened closely, she could hear him knocking. The man chuckled after he told it, like it was just a ghost story, but his hands shook as he packed his pipe, and I knew he believed it more than he wanted to admit. That night, I didn't light a fire. I sat in darkness inside the van, listening. And sure enough, it came. First faint, like it was carried on the wind, and then clearer. My name. Not whispered, not sighed this time, but called as if someone stood just outside the door. Eli. My chest tightened. I gripped the steering wheel like it could anchor me. I thought of bolting, driving straight through until I left the park behind. But then came the knock. 3 dull thuds right against the door of the van. My breath caught, every nerve screaming at me not to move. I knew without doubt that if I opened that door, I'd never come back. The knocking stopped. Silence stretched. Then footsteps, slow, deliberate, circling the van. Gravel crunching beneath shoes. I couldn't see out. The curtains were drawn, but I tracked the sound as it moved around me. Once, twice, 3 times. Then nothing. I didn't sleep. I just sat there, listening to the pounding of my own heart until dawn broke through the windows. And when I finally stepped outside, there were no footprints in the dirt. None. Not even my own from the night before. The earth was smooth, untouched, as if no one had ever been there at all. I started researching after that. At first, just casually looking up missing persons reports, old ranger notes, anything I could get. But the deeper I went, the more impossible it became to ignore. Yosemite, Yellowstone Glacier, Rainier, Denali, the disappearances weren't isolated. They formed a pattern, one that stretched back decades, maybe longer. Children who vanished in seconds, adults who strayed only feet from the trail, groups that split for just a moment, only for one person never to return. And always the same unfinished endings. Search suspended, no trace found, investigation inconclusive. I began collecting maps, red pins marking each case. And when I stepped back, I saw something that chilled me more than the knocks, more than the voice. The disappearances weren't random. They formed lines, arcs, almost like the edges of circles spread across the country. Circles that overlapped in certain places, Yosemite, Yellowstone, Glacier, the very places where I had been. It was then I realized this wasn't about me stumbling into ghost stories. I was inside the story now. Something had marked me. And whether I wanted to admit it or not, the thing that called my name in the night was the same thing that had pulled others from their campsites, their families, their lives. I tried to leave it behind. I drove east, far from the national parks, staying in crowded campgrounds, avoiding the wilderness altogether. For a while it worked. No knocks, no voices, no shadows moving where they shouldn't. But deep down, I knew it wasn't over. One night, parked at a highway rest stop in Kansas, I woke to silence so deep it pressed against my eardrums. Rest stops are never silent. There's always the hum of trucks, the buzz of lights, the hiss of tires on asphalt. But that night, there was nothing. And then came the sound I had prayed never to hear again. 3 dull thuds from inside the van. I sat frozen, staring into the dark, the air inside my Volkswagen suddenly suffocating. The knock hadn't come from outside this time. It had come from within, behind the thin walls that had carried me thousands of miles, the one place I had convinced myself was safe. My breath caught, my chest tight, every instinct screaming at me to move, to do anything but sit there and wait for it again. But I didn't move. I couldn't. Another thud, this time from the cabinets above my bed, as though something had wedged itself inside and struck the wood from the inside out. My hands shook as I reached for the flashlight, but I didn't turn it on. Some part of me knew that if I flooded the van with light, I'd see something I wouldn't be able to forget. The silence that followed was worse. Minutes dragged out like hours, the air thick with dread. Finally, I forced myself to open the cabinet. Nothing. Just cans of food, a tangle of clothes, the stale scent of pine smoke clinging to fabric. But the space felt wrong, like it had been disturbed. I sat there until dawn, eyes wide, heart refusing to slow. When sunlight finally broke, spilling through the windshield, it felt like a reprieve, like waking from a nightmare. Yet nothing about it had been a dream. I hit the road without breakfast, without coffee, driving until the plains gave way to the Rockies. Part of me thought distance would help, that if I just kept moving, I could outrun whatever had followed me. But I knew better. You can't outrun something that doesn't need to travel by roads, something that can slip into the one place you think you're safe. In Colorado, I camped in a crowded park, wedging my van between two families with screaming children. I thought noise would protect me. That night, I lay awake listening to the chatter of voices, the pop of firewood, the high-pitched squeals of kids playing tag in the dark. It comforted me, reminded me I wasn't alone, until the voices stopped, just like the Smokies. One moment, life everywhere. The next, silence, sudden and unnatural. My stomach dropped as the memory returned, heavy and undeniable. Then came the sound I dreaded. Knock, knock, knock. This time it wasn't faint. It was sharp, resonant, like someone striking the metal side of the van with their fist. Children screamed. Adults cursed, fumbling for lanterns, flashlights. I heard people stepping out of their tents, their confusion thick in the air. I braced myself to see her again, the woman with the braid, the jacket too thin for the cold. But it wasn't her. A boy stood at the edge of the circle of lantern light, no older than 12, wearing a red t-shirt, his bare feet pale against the dirt. He didn't look lost. He looked placed there, like someone had set him down with deliberate hands. "Are you lost?" one of the parents called out. The boy didn't answer. He just lifted his hand and pointed, not at the families, not at the tents, not even at the forest. He pointed at me, at my van, and then he smiled. Something about that smile clawed at my insides. It wasn't relief or friendliness or even mischief. It was knowledge. Like he knew exactly who I was, exactly why I was there, exactly what had been following me. The parents rushed toward him, asking questions, calling for rangers. But when they reached him, he was gone. One blink, one breath, and the boy had vanished, leaving only footprints in the dirt. Footprints that didn't lead anywhere. The families packed up the next morning, whispering to each other, eyes darting toward me as if I'd brought something with me. Maybe I had. By then I was starting to believe it. I drove deeper into the Rockies, like into places where the cliffs rose like walls and the rivers carved canyons older than memory. Every mile I felt the weight pressing harder, as though the mountains themselves carried the same secret I'd stumbled into. I started having dreams again. The faceless people between the trees, the sound of knocking inside my skull, the woman's hand pointing into the dark. One night I woke drenched in sweat to find my van door open. Not unlocked. Open. The curtains stirred with the cold night air. I reached for the flashlight, scanning the ground outside. My footprints led from the van into the trees. Barefoot. I knew I hadn't walked there. I hadn't left. And yet the prints were mine. Every curve, every mark matching. I followed them with trembling legs, the beam of my light shaking across roots and rocks. They led me to a clearing. At the center was a circle of stones, arranged with precision, each one the size of a skull. And on the far side, waiting at the edge of the trees, was the woman. Her braid hung like a rope, her jacket unmoved by the wind, her face hidden in shadow. She raised her hand again, pointing past the circle into the dark. This time I stepped back. I wasn't going to follow. I wasn't going to let her pull me into whatever had taken all those others. But when I turned to leave, my flashlight beam swept across something on the stones. Names. Carved into the surfaces, shallow but legible, a list of names weathered by time. Some I recognized from the missing persons cases I'd researched. Names of hikers, campers, children. And then, at the bottom of one stone, half finished, the letters of my own name. Eli. My stomach dropped. I staggered back, the world tilting around me. The woman didn't move, didn't speak. She just stood there, patient, like she'd been waiting all along for me to find it. I stumbled back to the van, slammed the door, locked it twice. I sat there until the sky turned gray, every sound outside a threat. When I finally forced myself to drive, I didn't stop. Not for food, not for sleep. I kept the wheels turning until I crossed state lines, until the air shifted, until I felt like maybe I'd left that circle behind. But the truth is, you can't leave something like that behind, not when your name is carved into stone. After that night in the Rockies, I stopped pretending I was just an observer. I wasn't collecting stories anymore. I was inside one. And the deeper I went, the harder it became to tell where my life ended and the pattern began. I told myself if I could understand it, if I could map it or name it, maybe I could break free. So I drove north, into Montana, into Idaho, tracing the borders of wilderness where cases had piled up for decades. Every rest stop, every gas station corkboard, every ranger office, I gathered missing person flyers until the van walls were papered with faces I couldn't look away from. Men, women, children, different ages, different backgrounds. But they all had the same absence in their eyes, the same frozen expression caught in photographs meant to comfort but instead unsettled. The more I stared at them, the more I felt watched myself. I couldn't shake the sense that their eyes followed me when I moved, like they wanted something, like they were asking me to remember them, to finish what they couldn't. At night, I'd sit in the back of the van with my lantern flickering low, tracing circles on the maps. The arcs of disappearances grew clearer the longer I studied them. They weren't random scatterings of accidents. They were designs, interlocking rings stretching across the parks like crop circles burned into the earth. And right in the overlapping centers, the places where the circles tightened together, were the same parks I had already camped: Yosemite, Yellowstone, Glacier, and the Rockies. It was as if the places had chosen me, not the other way around. I tried calling an old friend then, someone I trusted, just to feel tethered again. His name was Mark. We'd hiked together years ago, before my life unraveled, before the van became my only companion. I dialed late, the kind of call you make when you're desperate enough not to care about the hour. When he answered, groggy, I started to tell him everything. The knocks, the voices, the footprints, the boy, the woman, the names carved in stone. There was a long silence when I finished, and then he said, "You know my uncle disappeared in Shenandoah, right?" My blood ran cold. I had known, vaguely, that his family had some tragedy like that, but I had forgotten the details. Mark said his uncle had been on a day hike and easy loop trail, never came back. No body, no gear, no sign. Search dogs lost the scent 20 yards from the trailhead. Mark said his mother still swore she heard her brother's voice on the wind when they went back to look for him. I asked Mark if his family ever heard knocking. The silence on the line was long. Finally, he said, "Yeah, that's why we don't talk about it." And then he hung up. After that, I didn't call anyone else. I realized the disappearances weren't just numbers, not just strangers. The circle stretched wider than I wanted to admit. It touched families, friends, generations. I started driving west again, unable to stop myself. Part of me knew I should turn around, check into a motel in some crowded city, surround myself with neon lights and human noise until the wilderness was just a memory. But another part of me was pulled forward, as if the thing that had been knocking was tugging an invisible thread tied around my chest. That's how I ended up at Mount Rainier. Rainier looms like a god over the Pacific Northwest, its peak buried in glaciers, its slopes cloaked in endless forest. I parked in a small campground at the edge of the park, far fewer campers there than I'd seen elsewhere. The air smelled sharp with pine and cold water, and the silence was immediate, thick, pressing. Even during the day, it felt like the forest held its breath. I didn't light a fire that night. I sat inside the van, lantern dim, listening to the mountain. The air grew colder, denser, until every breath felt like it carried frost. And then came the sound, knock, knock, knock. But this time, it wasn't outside. It wasn't inside. It was beneath. 3 dull thuds against the ground, so deep they rattled the frame of the van. I pressed my palms to the floor, and I swear I felt it tremble, as if something enormous had shifted in the earth itself. Then came the voice. Not a whisper, not a call, but a chorus. Layered, overlapping, dozens of voices speaking my name at once. Eli. Some low, some high, some broken, like children trying to speak through water. It filled the van, pressed into my skull, made my teeth ache. I clamped my hands over my ears, but it didn't help. The sound wasn't coming through air. It was inside me. I stumbled out of the van into the freezing dark, breath fogging in the air. And that's when I saw the lights. Cabin lights, strung in a row up the slope, glowing warm against the tree line. But I knew there were no cabins there. I'd studied the maps. That ridge was wilderness, trailless, untouched. Yet the windows glowed steady, golden, inviting. And at the edge of the campground, she waited, the woman with the braid. Her face still shadowed, her finger still pointing, not at the forest this time, but at the cabins. I wanted to scream, to demand what she wanted from me. But my throat locked tight, my body betraying me as it always did. I backed into the van, slammed the door, pulled the curtains shut. Still, the glow of those impossible lights seeped in around the edges, painting the inside of the van in a faint amber hue. I didn't sleep. I couldn't. Every time my eyes drifted, the knock would return, against the walls, the windows, the roof. Sometimes soft, sometimes so violent I thought the glass would crack. By dawn, the lights were gone. The ridge stood empty, treeless, as if it had never held anything but shadow. The woman was gone too, though I felt her absence more sharply than her presence. I drove until my eyes blurred, until exhaustion forced me to stop at a pullout overlooking a wide valley. And as I sat there, engine cooling, I realized I wasn't just afraid anymore. I was angry. Angry that I'd been chosen, marked, hunted by something I never asked for. Angry that my name was etched in stone with the others, as though my disappearance had already been written. But anger doesn't change the truth. And the truth was this: I was already part of the story. I tried to fight back the only way I knew, by documenting everything. If I was going to be pulled into whatever force had taken all those others, I wasn't going to vanish quietly. I started recording my nights. A small handheld camera, my phone, even an old tape recorder I found at a thrift store along the way. Each evening I'd set them running, tucked into corners of the van, aimed at the windows, the door, the tree line. Most mornings I'd wake to hours of nothing. Static. The shuffle of me turning in my sleep, the groan of wind through the trees. But sometimes, God, sometimes, I caught it. On one tape, 3 knocks so clear they rattled the speakers. On another, a faint voice dragging out my name. And once, in a grainy frame of footage from Yellowstone, a shadow passed across the side of the van. Not mine. Not human. Long-limbed, head tilted at a wrong, unnatural angle. I showed it to no one. Who could I trust? Who would even believe me? I imagined rangers shaking their heads, calling it wind, animals, faulty equipment. I imagined friends pulling away, deciding grief and loneliness had broken my mind. And maybe it had. But broken or not, the knocks were real. The voices were real. The vanishings were real. I became obsessed. I drove to libraries in small towns near the parks, scrolling microfilm of newspapers older than I was. I read about hunters gone missing in the 40s, families torn apart in the 60s, climbers swallowed in the 80s. Every decade had its share. Every decade left bodies unfound. But there was one article that shook me more than all the rest. A 1973 clipping from a Montana paper reporting on the disappearance of a man named Daniel Green, age 32, traveling alone in a Volkswagen camper van, missing near Glacier, last seen at Lake McDonald. My chest turned to ice. It was me. Not literally, but close enough. The same age, the same van, the same park. His photo stared back at me with a face not unlike my own. Dark hair, tired eyes, the look of someone searching for something they couldn't name. The article ended with a single line that still echoes in me. No trace was ever found, though campers reported hearing knocking sounds in the night. I slammed the newspaper closed, heart pounding. It wasn't just happening again. It had always been happening. And the pattern didn't just stretch across space, it stretched across time. That night I parked far from the mountains in a Walmart lot surrounded by neon, the hum of highway traffic filling the air. I thought if I could drown it out with human noise, maybe it would stop. But at 3 a.m. when I rewound the tape recorder out of paranoia, I heard it anyway. Knock, 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 and then, faint but clear, Daniel. Not Eli this time. Daniel. I nearly threw the recorder across the van, my pulse hammered so loud I thought I'd go mad. Whoever, or whatever, this was, it wasn't only after me. It carried all the names, all the lost, every soul that had been swallowed by those circles on my maps, and it wanted me to know it. I couldn't eat, couldn't sleep. Days blurred into nights, nights into days. The van smelled of sweat and fear. My hands shook whenever I held the wheel. I caught myself muttering to people who weren't there, as if the faces from the flyers on my walls had crawled into the van to keep me company. Then came the night I thought it would finally take me. I was camped near Olympic National Park, deep in the rainforest, moss hanging from the trees like veins. Rain hammered the roof. Steady, relentless, the kind of sound that fills every corner of your skull. I tried to drown it out with music, but the tape player clicked off on its own. Dead. My phone refused to turn on. The lantern flickered and died, though the battery was fresh. The knocks started slow, deliberate, against every surface of the van at once. Walls, roof, floor, windows. A cage of sound. My body seized with panic, my breath shallow and fast, my heart clawing to escape my ribs. Then came the voices. Dozens of them, overlapping, pulling my name into a chorus that rose and fell with the storm. And in between the voices, I heard others. Pleas. Cries. Snatches of words I didn't understand. Some were children, some were older, some cracked with desperation. All of them pressed against me until I felt like I was drowning in sound. Through the fogged window, I saw movement. Shapes pressed close, too many to count. Faces smeared by rain, pale and hollow-eyed, their mouths opening and closing in silence, even as the voices roared in my head. Their hands smeared the glass, leaving streaks that lingered after each drop of rain. In the middle of them, she stood. The woman with the braid, closer than ever. For the first time, I saw her face clearly. It was blank. No eyes, no mouth, no features. Just skin stretched smooth across bone. Yet somehow I knew she was looking at me. Somehow I knew she was smiling. My body broke then. I screamed, not in defiance, not in courage, but in pure animal terror. I curled into the corner of the van, hands clamped over my head, waiting for the door to swing open, waiting for hands to drag me into the dark. But it never came. At dawn, the rain stopped. The windows were clean, the knocks were gone. The forest was silent, dripping only with dew. I stumbled outside on shaking legs, desperate to prove to myself it hadn't been real. No footprints, no streaks on the glass. No faces, nothing but the circle of moss and ferns, the smell of wet earth rising thick. I collapsed there, knees in the mud, sobbing in a way I hadn't since childhood, because I knew the truth now, as clear as the mountain air. It wasn't finished with me, and it never would be. I didn't know why it hadn't taken me that night in Olympic. I'd felt the weight of the voices, the press of the faceless woman, the hands against the glass. Any moment I expected the van to be ripped open like a tin can, and yet morning came, and I was still there, trembling but alive. For days I wandered in a fog, driving without aim, parking in crowded truck stops or along highways where engines roared all night. I thought maybe it couldn't reach me in those places, maybe it needed the silence, the wilderness, the gap where the human world thins. But that wasn't true, because silence can find you anywhere. In a rest stop outside Spokane, the air went dead again. Trucks idled, radios played, conversations rose and fell, and then, all at once, everything cut off. No engines, no voices, no crickets, just the long, crushing quiet. I gripped the wheel, my skin prickling with sweat, and then, in the rearview mirror, I saw her. The woman with the braid sat in the back of the van. I didn't turn. Couldn't. The mirror showed her sitting with her hands folded in her lap, head tilted slightly, her blank face pointed at me. The braid lay across her shoulder like a rope. I blinked once, twice, and when I looked again, the back seat was empty. But the cushion was indented like someone had just been there. I nearly drove the van into a ditch that night, trying to escape the rest stop. I pushed east, back into Montana, back into the Badlands where the sky stretched endless and the ground broke into scars. I thought maybe if I kept moving, if I stayed awake long enough, I could burn through whatever was tying me to this thing. But exhaustion is a predator too. Near Theodore Roosevelt National Park, I finally collapsed, pulling the van into a lonely turnout where the prairie grass bowed in the wind. I slept like a stone, deeper than I had in weeks, until a sound dragged me awake. Not knocking this time. singing. It was faint, carried on the wind, a low hum that rose and fell with a rhythm older than language. I crawled to the window, heart pounding, and saw a line of figures across the prairie. Dozens of them, silhouettes swaying, their voices tangled together in that wordless chant. The moonlight caught their faces, and my blood went cold. It was them, the missing. The people from the flyers plastered across my van, their eyes hollow, their movements stiff as though the wind was pushing their bodies instead of their own will. And among them walked children, hands clasped, heads tilted toward the stars. My chest ached as I recognized the boy in the red shirt, the one who had smiled at me in the Rockies. He turned his head as though he felt my gaze, and even from that distance I knew he was smiling again. Then, in the center of the procession, I saw her, the faceless woman, braids swinging, leading them like a shepherd. She raised her hand and pointed once more. This time not at the forest, not at the mountains, not at cabins that weren't there. She pointed at me. I dropped flat against the van floor, shaking, whispering prayers I hadn't said since childhood. The singing grew louder, pressing against the thin walls, until it filled my skull like water rising over my head. I thought I would drown in it, but then, just as suddenly, it stopped. When I looked again, the prairie was empty, just grass swaying in the wind. I didn't know how long I sat there before I realized my cheeks were wet with tears, not just from fear, but from something else. Grief. For them. For all of them. Because now I understood they weren't just gone, they were taken, held somewhere between here and nowhere, their voices trapped in that endless chant. And if I didn't find a way to break free, I would join them. The thought rooted deep in me. If this thing wanted me, if my name was carved in stone already, then maybe the only way out was to face it head on, to stop running, stop hiding, and step into the circle it kept pointing toward. I don't know if that was courage or madness. Maybe both. I drove back west, toward Glacier, where it had all started to sharpen. I retraced the road to Lake McDonald, the place where Daniel Green had disappeared in 1973, the place where my own path had nearly ended. The lake lay still, black glass reflecting stars that felt colder than fire. I parked at the same turnout, the van trembling in the chill air. Every nerve in me screamed to leave, but I forced myself out, boots crunching on gravel. I carried only a flashlight and the recorder, my hands slick with sweat. At first, nothing. Just the water lapping soft against stone, the sigh of wind through the trees. But then the silence deepened, pressing down like a hand. My breath misted in front of me, slow, uneven. Knock, knock, knock. It came from the shoreline. I swung the light, the beam shaking. And there she was. The faceless woman, standing ankle-deep in the water, braid hanging wet and heavy. Her head tilted as if listening to something just beyond me. And then slowly, she raised her hand and pointed at the lake. The surface rippled, though no wind touched it. Names floated up in the shimmer, etched in the reflections, vanishing as soon as I blinked. I saw Daniel's. I saw the boys. I saw dozens more. And then mine, spreading wide across the water, letters dissolving into ripples. My knees buckled. I dropped the recorder into the mud, my chest heaving, every instinct begging me to run. But my legs rooted to the ground, and in the depths of that reflection I saw something else. A figure staring back at me. Not the woman, not the missing, me. But not me as I was. Me hollow-eyed, water pouring from my mouth, my skin pale and smooth like hers. I stumbled back, clawing for the van, slamming the door behind me. The window fogged instantly, though the night outside was freezing. And across the glass, 3 words appeared, drawn in the mist by a finger I couldn't see. Not yet. I couldn't stop staring at those words traced in the fogged glass, even as they began to fade. They weren't a threat. Not exactly. They were a promise. A delay. Whatever had taken the others wasn't finished with me. It was waiting. I sat in that van until dawn, clutching the steering wheel though the engine was off, every muscle locked. When the sun finally rose over Lake McDonald, the fog was gone. The glass was clean. But the words lived on in my chest, carved deeper than stone. After that, something inside me shifted. I stopped running. Not because I was brave, but because I knew it didn't matter. No matter where I drove, no matter how many states I crossed, the silence would find me. The knocks would follow. The woman with the braid would stand waiting. So instead, I started asking myself a different question. Not how do I escape, but why me? Out of all the campers, hikers, families, why had it chosen me to stalk, to haunt, to withhold from its final grasp? I thought about Daniel Green, the man in the newspaper clipping. Same age, same van, same lake. Maybe I was repeating his path, an echo carrying forward. Maybe every generation had its chosen, pulled into the circle of vanishings to keep the pattern alive. Or maybe I'd wandered too close to something I wasn't supposed to see. And once you're marked, there's no unmarking. The thought gnawed at me until I couldn't stay still. I drove south toward Utah, into canyon country, into places where the red stone walls rose higher than cathedrals and the silence in the gullies pressed like a physical weight. If the pattern was real, if those circles I traced on my maps meant anything, then these canyons were part of it. I parked at a primitive site outside Archie's, alone but for the desert wind. The rocks glowed orange under the dying sun, shadows stretching long and sharp. I set no fire, ate nothing, just waited, because I knew it would come. And it did. The silence fell as sudden as a switch, the crickets and owls cut off mid-call. My ears rang with the absence. Then the knock came, echoing off stone, the canyon walls carrying it back and forth until it sounded like an army surrounding me. I gripped the recorder, whispered into it, "I hear you. I know you're here." My voice cracked. That's when I saw them. Figures perched on the stone arches, dozens of them silhouetted against the stars. Too far to see their faces, but close enough to feel their eyes. They didn't move, didn't shift, didn't breathe, just watched. And then, in unison, they raised their hands, every one of them pointing at me. I collapsed onto the sand, shaking. The knock surged louder, faster, as if mocking the frantic beat of my heart. I screamed at them, at the sky, at the woman who I knew was there somewhere, faceless and patient. Why me? Why not finish it? Why not take me like the others? The canyon held its silence, and then a voice, not hers, not mine, a man's. Faint, breaking, carried on the wind. "Don't follow." I scrambled to my feet, searching the shadows. The figures on the arches were gone. The knock had stopped. Only the echo of that voice lingered. "Don't follow." I stumbled back to the van, locked the door, curled in the back seat. For hours I replayed it in my head. Don't follow. Was it a warning? A plea? Or was it the same thing they all said before vanishing, trying to stop the next fool from stepping where they had stepped? Sleep dragged me under near dawn, fitful and feverish. I dreamed of standing in a circle of stones again, names carved deep. Except this time, they weren't just names of strangers. They were people I knew. My father, Mark, even myself, carved twice, the second one unfinished. When I woke, my throat was raw from screaming words I couldn't remember. For days after, I drove aimlessly through deserts and plains, through forests where the trees leaned too close, their branches whispering against the van. Every time I closed my eyes, I saw the pointing hands, the blank face, the words smeared across glass. Not yet. But the worst part wasn't the fear anymore. It was the waiting. The not knowing when the silence would fall again, when the knock would return, when my name would be called. It hollowed me out, left me a shell drifting from one place to another, until one night in the Black Hills of South Dakota, when I pulled into a forgotten campground. The fire pits rusted through, the bathrooms collapsed in weeds. No one had stayed there in years. I should have driven on, but something tugged me to stop, as if my wheels had followed a script I couldn't read. I sat in the van as the sun died behind the hills. The air grew colder, heavier, until I felt it pressing against my lungs. And then I heard it. Not knocking this time, not voices. Laughter. Children's laughter. It drifted from the tree line, high and sweet, the kind of sound that should have been harmless. But it twisted wrong, carrying a weight that made my stomach churn. I cracked the curtain. Shapes darted between the trunks, cracked small figures chasing each other. But their limbs moved too stiff, too sharp, their heads turning in angles no child could. Then one stopped, turned. stared at me. It was the boy in the red shirt. He lifted his hand, slow, deliberate, and beckoned. I slammed the curtain shut, heart exploding in my chest. The laughter swelled, circling the van until it filled every corner. I pressed my palms against my ears, rocking back and forth, whispering, "Don't follow, don't follow." And then, as suddenly as it started, the laughter stopped. The silence returned, thicker than ever. And in that silence, a single knock against the van door. Not three, just one. Sharp. Final. I held my breath, waiting for the second, but it never came. Just that single strike, hanging in the air like a promise deferred. When I finally dared to look outside, the trees were empty, the campground still. But on the van's door, etched into the paint with something sharp, was a single word: wait. That single word carved into my van, wait, shook me more than all the nights of knocking, more than the faceless woman or the boy in the red shirt. Wait. Not yet. Not now. As if the thing that had been circling me for months wasn't hunting in the way predators hunt, but timing something. Preparing. I couldn't bring myself to scrub it off. Every time I ran my hand over the grooves, I felt a shiver travel down my arm, like the metal itself had been burned with intent. My van, my last sanctuary, wasn't mine anymore. It was marked, and so was I. For days I drove without stopping, gas station to gas station, through towns where neon signs buzzed above empty streets. I didn't sleep more than an hour at a time, jerking awake to phantom knocks, voices caught between dream and waking. My body was failing. Eyes red, hands trembling on the wheel, stomach sick from days of eating nothing but crackers and old coffee. But I couldn't stop, because if I stopped, the silence would come. Eventually, exhaustion won. Somewhere in Kansas again, flat fields stretching to the horizon, I pulled into a rest area and passed out before I could even close the curtains. When I woke, it wasn't to knocking. It was to someone sitting in the driver's seat. I froze in the back, breath locked in my chest. The figure sat perfectly still, shoulders narrow, head tilted toward the windshield. Moonlight through the glass revealed the braid draped over her shoulder, the faceless woman. My heart hammered so loud I thought it would rattle the van apart. But she didn't move, didn't turn, didn't acknowledge me at all. She just sat there, hands folded in her lap, watching the empty road ahead. I squeezed my eyes shut, prayed it was a dream. But when I opened them, she was gone. The seat was empty, and yet the steering wheel bore faint handprints, smeared like condensation on cold glass. I knew then that the van wasn't protection anymore. It was a cage, and she had the key. I started driving less, not because I wasn't afraid, but because I realized running in circles only gave it more places to find me. Instead, I began returning to the sites I'd already visited, tracing my path backward like I could undo it. Yosemite, Yellowstone, Glacier. Each time, the air grew heavier, the knocks sharper, the visions closer. At Yellowstone, I found something new. On a trail near Hayden Valley, pinned to a tree, was a weathered photograph of a man, his face pale, hair dark, eyes tired. At the bottom, in faded ink, was a name, Daniel Green, the same man from the newspaper clipping. I ripped it down, hands shaking. On the back, someone had scratched words deep into the paper, "We are still here." The letters tore through the photo, cutting into Daniel's face. I dropped it, stumbling back, bile rising in my throat. I wanted to run, to drive until the van fell apart under me, but I couldn't ignore it anymore. This wasn't random. It wasn't chaos. It was ritual. Every mark, every sound, every message pointed to something waiting, something building toward a moment I couldn't escape. The vanishings weren't accidents. They were offerings. That thought followed me into every mile after. I'd see a missing flyer at a gas station and wonder if the person had been chosen. I'd pass families setting up tents and wonder if the circle already had their names etched in stone. I'd catch my reflection in the window and wonder if the thing staring back was already hollow, already marked as gone. The deeper I spiraled, the more the environment itself seemed to turn against me. In the Badlands, wind carried whispers that bent my name until it broke. In the Ozarks, the air smelled of iron, metallic and sharp, though no blood had been spilled. In the Everglades, the water lapped at the van's tires as though the land itself wanted to pull me under. But the worst was Colorado. Again. The Rockies. I returned to the same stretch where I'd found the circle of stones. I don't know why. Maybe to prove it wasn't real. Maybe because some invisible tether dragged me there. The clearing was still there, ringed with boulders, decked, the names carved shallow and sharp. My flashlight shook as I traced them. Daniel, the boy. Strangers I'd never met but knew as if they were family. And mine, unfinished. Except it wasn't unfinished anymore. The letters were complete now. My whole name carved deep, gouged into the stone like it had been waiting for me to return. I fell to my knees, palms pressed to the cold rock, chest heaving. It wasn't waiting anymore. It was ready. The silence dropped like a hammer. The forest stilled, my breath the only sound left. And then the knocks began, dozens of them, from every direction at once. The ground trembled under me, the air thick with pressure. Figures emerged between the trees, pale and swaying, their eyes hollow, their mouths open but voiceless. The missing. And in the center, the faceless woman stepped forward. For the first time, she lowered her hand. No pointing, no direction. Just waiting, patient, still. I knew then what wait had meant. It had been waiting for the circle to be complete, for my name to join the others, for me to step willingly into its grasp. I stumbled back to the van, slamming the door, turning the key until the engine roared. The headlights cut through the clearing, flashing over the figures, but they didn't move. They only stood, still as stone, watching me leave. I drove blind that night, tears streaming, hands clenched so hard the wheel creaked. My chest ached with every breath, as though something inside me was cracking under the weight of what I'd seen. Because I understood the truth now. It doesn't matter how fast I drive, how many lights I hide beneath, how many miles I put between myself and those circles. My name is already carved. The question isn't if I'll vanish, it's when. I don't remember much of the days that followed. They blurred into one long stretch of asphalt, gas stations, sleepless nights, and eyes that no longer looked like mine in the mirror. Every time I saw my reflection in the van window, it seemed paler, thinner, as if whatever was waiting for me had already begun hollowing me out from the inside. I tried to hold on to ordinary things. Coffee at a roadside diner. The smell of gasoline clinging to my hands after filling the tank. The chatter of strangers laughing at a counter. But even those moments carried weight now, like I was walking through the world already half a ghost. I couldn't convince myself they were real. I started talking out loud just to hear another voice, sometimes to myself, sometimes to the names from the stone circle. Daniel, the boy in the red shirt, the ones from the flyers I'd pinned inside my van. I remember you, I'd whisper. You're not gone. Not completely. One night in Nebraska, I pulled over on a back road just to rest my eyes. I woke to find every missing flyer had been stripped from the walls. My chest seized with panic. I tore through the van, opening every cabinet, pulling at every drawer. Nothing. They were gone. But when I stepped outside, the flyers were there, pinned to the trees surrounding me, paper fluttering in the wind. Faces everywhere I turned, watching me. Their eyes hollow, their mouths silent, but I felt them asking the same question I'd been asking all along. Why me? I screamed into the night, voice breaking, begging for answers. The wind rose, carrying whispers that tangled together until I could almost make out words. Not English, not any language I knew. Just sounds stretched into syllables that pressed like knives against my ears. I dropped to my knees, hands clamped over my head, sobbing into the dirt. When the whispers stopped, the flyers were gone. The next morning, I drove without stopping until I reached the Great Smoky Mountains again, back where all of this had begun. The circle of the map had pulled me back to the start, and I couldn't pretend it was coincidence anymore. I camped in the same site by the river. The smell of moss and pine needles filled the air, the hiss of water running over stone masking the sounds of other campers nearby. Families, kids laughing, radios humming. It should have been comforting, but I knew it wouldn't last. And I was right. Just after midnight, the silence fell, not gradually, like someone had cut the cord. The laughter, the radios, even the river itself went mute. I stepped out of the van into air so heavy it pressed against my skin. My flashlight shook in my hand, the beam cutting through the trees. That's when I heard it. My name. Not whispered, not faint. Shouted. Eli. The voice was deep, ragged, desperate. It came from the tree line, from the shadows where the lantern light couldn't reach. My chest seized. I spun toward the sound, expecting the faceless woman. But it wasn't her. It was a man. Tall, thin, his face gaunt, his eyes sunken. His voice cracked as he called again, Eli. He staggered closer into the light, and I recognized him instantly. Daniel Green. My blood turned to ice. He looked exactly like the newspaper photo, except older, his skin sagging, his body worn down like something had kept him walking long after he should have stopped. He reached out a trembling hand. Don't let them take you. My flashlight trembled across his face. His eyes were wild, frantic, but real, human. I stepped toward him before my legs could decide otherwise. Daniel? My voice cracked. He nodded, desperation twisting his features. They don't stop, Eli. They never stop. You can't follow her. The knock exploded from the trees, louder than it had ever been, shaking the ground under my feet. Daniel flinched, clutching his ears. I dropped to my knees, teeth rattling. The forest filled with the sound, every tree a drumbeat pounding into my skull. And then she was there. The faceless woman stepped from the shadows, braids swinging, her presence colder than the river at my back. She didn't look at me. She looked at Daniel. He screamed, a sound that tore through the silence like it could shatter the night itself. His body convulsed, his hands clawing at the air. I tried to move toward him, but my legs locked. I could only watch as he was dragged backward, his feet gouging trenches in the dirt, his mouth open in a scream that cut off all at once. Gone, just like that, as if he'd never been there at all. The woman turned to me then. No face, but I felt her eyes sink into me, patient, inevitable. She raised her hand, and for the first time she didn't point away. She pointed at me. The knock stopped. The silence deepened. My breath rasped in my chest, the only sound left in the world. And then she lowered her hand. Not yet. The words pressed into me without sound, without voice. Not yet. I stumbled back into the van, slammed the door, curled in the corner like a child. My body shook so hard I thought my bones would splinter. I wanted to scream, to run, to end it all just to escape the waiting. But I couldn't, because part of me believed Daniel was right. They weren't finished with me. And when they were, I wouldn't walk out of the trees again. After Daniel was dragged back into the dark, something inside me cracked. It wasn't just fear anymore. It was resignation. A hollow acceptance that no road could carry me far enough, no light could burn bright enough to hold them off forever. My name was carved into the stone. My reflection already showed the hollow-eyed thing they wanted me to become. And yet, I couldn't give up. Not completely, not while I still had breath. I drove through the night, out of the Smokies, out of Tennessee, until the mountains flattened and the world spread wide again. My hands gripped the wheel so tight my knuckles bled. The van rattled beneath me, marked with scars, carrying the weight of weight carved into its door. I wasn't driving away from anything anymore. I was driving toward it, toward the end. The map I'd pieced together over months, red pins forming circles, arcs, spirals, burned in my mind. Every line, every overlap pointed me back to one place. Yellowstone, the center of the pattern, the heart of the circle. If there were answers anywhere, if there were an end to this endless waiting, it would be there. When I arrived, the park was nearly empty. The season was ending, tourists gone, rangers thinning their posts. The air was sharp with sulfur, the ground trembling with the pulse of something ancient beneath. Steam rose from vents like the earth itself was breathing. I parked at Hayden Valley again, the same place I'd seen her across the grass months before, the same place the knock had first come from beneath my van. This time, I didn't hide inside. I stepped out, recorder in hand, flashlight dangling at my side. My breath fogged in the chill as I stood in the open, waiting. The silence came quickly. Not a slow drain, but a plunge, as if someone had dropped a curtain over the world. The steam from the vents stilled. The air froze in my lungs. And then the knock. But it wasn't 3 dull thuds this time. It was hundreds, a thunder of knocking from every direction, trees, ground, sky, rolling through me until my bones vibrated. I dropped to my knees, hands pressed to my skull. My vision swam with spots. When I lifted my head, the valley was full. Figures lined the edges, pale and still, their eyes hollow, their mouths open in silent scream. The missing. Dozens, hundreds. Their faces flickered between the flyers I had collected, the photos I had memorized, all of them here, surrounding me. And in the center, she stepped forward, the faceless woman. Her braids swung as she walked, slow and measured until she stood only feet from me. She raised her hand, pointed downward. The earth cracked beneath me. Steam burst upward, sulfur thick, carrying with it a sound that wasn't a knock, wasn't a voice, but both at once. The names of the missing poured out in a chorus that bent the air. Daniel, the boy, the children. Names I'd never heard, names lost to decades. And mine, woven into the chant, pulled longer and longer until it drowned everything else. Eli, I staggered to my feet, heart pounding, lungs screaming. Why me? I shouted, voice raw, torn. Why any of us? No answer. Only the faceless tilt of her head, patient, inevitable. Take me then. My throat burned. If that's what you want, take me and leave the rest. The knock surged louder, shaking the valley. The figures leaned forward as one, their mouths stretching wider, their hollow eyes fixed on me. For a moment I thought it was over, that the ground would split, the dark would rise, and I would vanish into the circle like the others. But she didn't move. She lowered her hand, tilted her head again. And in a voice that wasn't sound but thought pressed against my skull, the word came, wait. Rage tore through me, sharper than fear. I lunged forward, swinging the flashlight through the air. No, I screamed. Not yet. Not wait. No more waiting. My voice cracked, echoing off the steam vents, lost against the thunder of knocks. But when the light passed through her, there was nothing. Just air. Just emptiness. The figures dissolved, one by one. The valley emptied, the silence broke, replaced by the hiss of steam, the cry of distant birds. And I was alone. I collapsed to the ground, my chest heaving, the recorder clutched to my ribs. The word pounded in my skull over and over until it felt carved into me. Wait. That was months ago. Since then, I've stopped counting the miles. I drift from one park to another, one forgotten campground to the next, never staying long, never daring to rest too deeply. I still hear them. The knocks, the laughter, the voices. But not every night. Sometimes weeks pass in uneasy quiet. And then, when I start to believe I've escaped, it begins again. The message never changes. Wait. I don't know what I'm waiting for. An event? A date? A place where all the circles on my map finally align? Sometimes I think it's death itself, biding time until I step willingly into its arms. Other times, I think it's worse, that I'm meant to see something no one else has, to witness the end of the waiting, not just for me, but for all of us. I look at the flyers still plastered to the inside of my van, at the faces that stare back, and I wonder if they were told the same thing. If they waited as I wait now, trembling in the dark, listening to the knocks, praying for answers that never came. All I know is this: my name is carved in stone. My reflection is no longer my own. And when the waiting ends, I will not be here to tell you what comes next. So if you camp alone, if you hear the knock in the silence, if you catch the whisper of your name in the trees, don't follow, don't step closer, don't wait. Because once you're marked, once the circle closes, there's no road far enough, no light bright enough, no door strong enough to save you. And maybe, just maybe, when you vanish, I'll see you standing beside me in the valley. Another voice in the chorus, another name in the stone. I never thought silence could feel so heavy, but that's exactly how it pressed against me the night I pulled my RV into the campground near Crater Lake. The quiet wasn't the kind of peace people go camping for. It was the kind that makes you check the locks twice, the kind that makes your skin feel too tight for your body. The lake stretched out like an obsidian mirror, swallowing the last light of the day, and the surrounding forest leaned in with a weight that made me uneasy before I'd even turned off the ignition. I'd been traveling alone for weeks, chasing the kind of solitude that feels cleansing, the kind that strips away the noise of work, people, responsibility. I thought I wanted it. But when I stepped out of the RV and the air hit me, sharp, cold, and smelling faintly of iron instead of pine, I realized I had mistaken solitude for safety. Something in that air carried an old memory, a warning my body recognized before my mind did. The campground itself was nearly empty, which should have comforted me. Fewer people meant fewer disturbances, right? But as I walked around to level the RV, I noticed the sites that were occupied had a strange sameness to them. Every other camper seemed to have pulled their rig farther from the water than necessary, as if no one wanted to be too close to the lake. A cluster of tents sat in the far corner, their fire pit glowing dimly, but the voices around it were hushed, clipped, almost rehearsed in their restraint. I caught a woman glance over at me and quickly look away. Not the friendly curiosity you expect from fellow travelers, more like pity or warning. That first night, I told myself the unease was just nerves, the kind that always comes with unfamiliar ground. I locked the door, closed the blinds, and settled in with the little rituals that usually calmed me, heating up a can of stew, writing a few notes in my journal, running my hand along the familiar surfaces inside the RV. It usually worked. This was my home, my cocoon, my safe place on wheels. But no matter how I tried, I couldn't ignore the faint sound outside. At first, I thought it was the lap of water against the shore, but after a while, it grew steadier, rhythmic. A knock, slow, deliberate, somewhere along the lake's edge. I lay awake listening, every muscle rigid, ears straining for some explanation. It stopped, then started again. Not the randomness of nature, something intentional. I considered stepping outside with my flashlight, but the thought of opening the door, of breaking the thin barrier between me and that sound, filled me with a fear so primitive I couldn't move. Instead, I lay there, breathing shallow, heart hammering, telling myself it was a tree creaking or water shifting against rock. But just before I finally fell into a shallow sleep, I thought I heard something else beneath the knocks. A faint hum, low and stretched like voices carrying underwater. The morning should have chased the fear away. Sunlight makes even the strangest places seem manageable, and to some degree, it did. The lake looked stunning in daylight, impossibly blue, deeper than anything I'd ever seen. Tourists had begun to trickle into the park, snapping pictures from the lookout, laughing, letting the crisp mountain air lift their moods. But even in daylight, the air by the water carried that faint metallic tang. I noticed birds avoided the shoreline. They flitted through the trees behind me, but never skimmed the water, never landed on it. I struck up a conversation with one of the tent campers, a man in his 50s with weathered skin and eyes that seemed to have seen too much. His name was Ray. When I asked him how long he'd been camping there, he shrugged. "Too long," he said. And when I pressed about the lake, about whether it was always so quiet, he grew evasive. "Best not to pay it too much mind at night," he muttered. Then, lowering his voice, "Don't go near the water after dark. Don't answer if you hear your name." I laughed, trying to diffuse the chill his words put in me, but he didn't laugh back. He just looked at me hard, then turned away. That second night, I couldn't keep myself from watching the lake. I pulled a chair just outside the RV and sat facing the water as the sun dipped low, waiting, maybe even daring whatever had unsettled me to show itself. At first, nothing, just the wind stirring the trees, the distant crackle of someone's campfire. But as full darkness settled, the knocking started again. Same rhythm, slow, patient. Knock, knock, knock. My skin prickled, but this time I forced myself not to retreat. I aimed my flashlight toward the sound, its beam cutting across the black surface of the water. Nothing. Just the shimmer of light bouncing back. But then, ripples. Not from the wind, not from a fish. They moved with too much intention at spreading outward from the same point, as if something beneath had stirred. And then I heard it. Clearer now. A voice. or maybe many, woven together like a chorus carried through the water. Too muffled to make out words, but too human to be mistaken for anything else. I froze, my flashlight trembling in my hand. I wanted to run, to slam the RV door shut and bury myself in blankets, but I couldn't move, because in the rippling water, just for a moment, I thought I saw faces. Pale, distorted, surfacing just below the reflection of the moonlight before vanishing again. That was the first time I considered leaving. Just packing up in the middle of the night, driving until the fuel ran out, finding any excuse to be anywhere but there. But fear has a strange way of pinning you in place. And curiosity, well, that's even more dangerous. I told myself I'd imagined it, that exhaustion had twisted shadows into shapes. I told myself a lot of things that night, but none of them quieted the thudding in my chest. When morning came, I decided to hike around the rim. Maybe distance from the water would clear my head, ground me again. But the further I walked, the stranger it all felt. I found little offerings tucked into tree hollows. Coins, small carvings, scraps of cloth tied into knots. Not trash. Deliberate. Like someone, or many someones, had been leaving gifts for something they couldn't see. Later that afternoon, I ran into Ray again. His face looked more drawn than before, his eyes bloodshot. "You heard them, didn't you?" he asked without preamble. I didn't answer, but I guess my silence was enough. He nodded slowly. They don't bother everyone. Some people camp here their whole lives and never hear a thing. But some they notice, and once they notice you, it's hard to shake them. "What are they?" I asked, my voice sounding small, even to me. Ray looked out toward the water, his jaw tightening. "The drowned ones. People who never left this place. Some say they were taken. Others say they couldn't let go. Doesn't matter which. The lake keeps them. And sometimes at night it lets them reach back." I wanted to dismiss it, to laugh it off as local folklore. But the weight in his tone made the air feel heavier, as if the very act of speaking the words had given them shape. And I realized something then. My fear wasn't just of what I'd seen, but of what might happen if I admitted it aloud. That night, I didn't sit outside. I stayed inside the RV with every light on, blinds drawn, headphones in, blasting static just to drown out any sound. But no matter how loud I played it, the knocks still came, louder now, closer. And this time, between the beats, I thought I heard my own name. Hearing my name out there in the dark broke something inside me. It wasn't shouted, it wasn't even whispered. It was carried, slipped between the knocks like water finding its way through cracks in stone. Eli. Soft, almost tender, but wrong, because no one at that campground knew my name. I sat frozen at the dinette, headphones slipping off, stew untouched, the hum of the RV refrigerator suddenly deafening. I wanted to tell myself it was a dream, or a trick of the wind, or some drunk camper playing games. But the way it curled around my chest, the way my body reacted before my mind could reason, my bones knew it wasn't human. My grandmother used to say, your body knows when it's being called by something it shouldn't answer. That's how it felt. Like the air itself had teeth. The knocks grew sharper. Not on the lake this time. On the side of my RV. Slow, spaced out, deliberate. One on the driver's side, a pause. One on the back panel, a pause. Then one just beneath the window where I sat, the sound vibrating through the thin wall into my ribs. I jumped up, heart in my throat, fumbling for the flashlight I'd left on the counter. My hands shook so badly I almost dropped it. I forced myself to the window, lifted the blind just a sliver, and aimed the beam into the night. Nothing. Just mist curling low over the ground, the lake beyond reflecting the faint glow of the stars. No footsteps in the dirt, no shadows. But the knocks stopped the moment I looked. I didn't sleep. I sat awake until dawn. Every creak of the RV, every gust of wind through the trees stretched into threat. When the first gray light broke over the ridge, I shoved everything I could into bags. Clothes, food, gear. I didn't care if it was packed neatly. I was leaving. Except when I stepped outside, my tires weren't right. At first, I thought it was my imagination. The ground looked damp, darker than when I'd parked. But crouching down, I saw it. Wet prints smeared across the dirt, circling the RV. Bare feet, small, like children's, but too long in the toes, too splayed in the arches. They led from the water's edge, looped around my vehicle again and again, and then simply stopped. No return trail. No depth of soil where the weight should have pressed, just vanished into nothing. I cursed under my breath, hands shaking as I reached for the driver's side door, desperate to leave. That's when I saw Ray, standing by his tent at the far end of the grounds, watching me. His expression wasn't surprise. It was resignation, like he'd seen this before. He shook his head slowly, lips moving as if forming words I couldn't hear. I drove out without a plan. The road wound higher and higher, hugging cliffs that dropped into the lake's impossible blue. But no matter how many miles I put behind me, I couldn't shake the sense that something had followed. The air in the cab felt wrong, too damp, smelling faintly of that same metallic tang. And the rearview mirror, God, I tried not to look, but every few minutes I'd catch myself checking. Not for cars, but for movement inside the RV. A shadow, a shape, something that shouldn't be there. By mid-afternoon, exhaustion slowed me. I pulled off at an overlook, engine ticking as it cooled, and tried to breathe. Tourists wandered nearby, taking pictures, laughing, pointing. Normal life, and yet I felt cut off from it, like I was moving in a different layer of reality than they were. One woman with a ranger's badge pinned to her jacket struck up a conversation asking if I was traveling alone. I must have looked ragged because she tilted her head, concern softening her features. "You look like you've seen a ghost," she said lightly. The laugh that left my throat sounded brittle. Something like that. When I asked her if people ever drowned in the lake, she hesitated, then nodded. Every year, someone tries to swim across, or they fall from the rim. Bodies don't always resurface. It's the depth, the cold. Her eyes grew distant for a moment, and when she looked back at me, there was a quiet weight in her tone. Locals say the lake doesn't give up what it takes. That night, despite every instinct, I returned to the campground. Part of it was stubbornness. I refused to be run off by shadows and knocks. Part of it was fear that no matter where I drove, the thing had already chosen me. But deeper than that was something harder to admit. I needed to know. The campground was quieter than before. 2 rigs were gone, the tent cluster had thinned, only Ray remained where he'd been, his lantern casting a sickly glow against the canvas. He waved me over as if expecting me. "You left," he said, voice rasping. "But you came back, that's how it starts." I wanted to argue, but the weariness in his eyes silenced me. "Why me?" I asked. "Why not everyone?" He poked at the fire, sending sparks spiraling. They look for cracks. Grief, loneliness, regret, whatever part of you already feels like it's drowning, that's the part they pull on. His words landed too close to truths I'd been running from. My wife, gone 3 years now. The silence of the RV at night when there was no second toothbrush by the sink, no laughter spilling from the passenger seat. Maybe the lake had smelled that on me. Maybe it had called to the hollow I carried like a beacon. Ray leaned closer, his face stark in the firelight. "You can leave. Tonight. Don't look back. Don't answer when they call again. If you stay." He trailed off, eyes flicking toward the black water beyond. "If you stay, you'll stop being able to tell what's yours and what's theirs." I should have listened. God help me, I should have listened. But instead, when the knocks came again just past midnight, I didn't cover my ears. I didn't drown them out with static. I sat upright in the RV, palms flat on the table, listening. They came quicker this time, impatient, insistent. And then the voice, clearer, closer. My wife's voice, saying my name the way she used to, soft at the edges, carrying warmth I hadn't felt in. "Come outside." Every cell in my body screamed to resist. My pulse thundered, my throat closed. But grief is a cruel master. It twists fear into longing. My hand found the door latch without permission from my mind. I stepped out into the cold. The campground was empty. Ray's tent was dark. The mist had thickened, rolling low and heavy across the ground. The knocking came from the shoreline now, steady, guiding. I walked toward it, each step feeling less like a choice and more like surrender. When I reached the water's edge, The lake lay flat and silent, black as tar, and then she was there, not in flesh, not fully, just her face beneath the surface, pale and perfect, eyes open, lips moving in a silent plea. My knees buckled, tears stinging as I reached down, fingertips brushing the icy water. The instant I touched it, the spell broke. The face twisted, elongating, features warping into something grotesque. Dozens more appeared around it, mouths gaping, eyes blank, all reaching, pulling upward from the deep. The water surged, rippling out as if stirred by unseen hands. And the voice, the one that had called me, splintered into a chorus of shrieks. I stumbled back, breath ragged, terror clawing up my spine. But the lake wasn't still anymore. Hands, white, bloated, too many, were breaking the surface, and they were reaching for me. I don't remember making the choice to run. My body decided before my mind could catch up. 1 second, I was frozen at the shoreline. The next, I was stumbling backward through gravel and pine needles, nearly falling as my boots slid across the damp earth. The hands were still there, breaking the water's surface, too pale against the darkness, writhing and reaching as if they were clawing at a barrier I couldn't see. I spun and sprinted toward the RV, lungs burning, each step like dragging lead. The mist had thickened so quickly I could barely see 10 feet ahead, and the world felt muted, muffled, as if the air had swallowed sound whole. Even my own ragged breathing seemed distant, as though I were running underwater. When I reached the RV, I fumbled with the keys, dropping them once, cursing under my breath as my hands shook too violently to aim them at the lock. Behind me, I could hear the water, not waves, but movement. Something dragging itself across the shallows, a wet slap, a gurgle, and then the faintest sound of footsteps on damp earth. Bare feet. Many of them. I slammed the door shut just as the first thud hit the side panel. The RV shuddered under the impact. Then another, and another. Dozens of hands pounding from all sides, the sound reverberating through the thin walls like a drumbeat. My heart raced in time with it, panic choking me as I jammed the key into the ignition. The engine sputtered, coughed, and finally roared to life. Headlights cut through the fog, but instead of relief, the beam illuminated them. Faces pressed against the windows, not like people peering in from outside, but as though the glass itself had trapped them, their pale features distorted, mouths open wide in silent screams. I shouted, slamming the RV into gear, tires spitting dirt as I tore out of the campsite. The road twisted, climbing fast, and I gripped the wheel so hard my knuckles ached. Every corner felt like it would throw me off the rim, but slowing down wasn't an option. In the rearview mirror, the mist churned, rolling after me as though it had weight and speed. And inside, God, inside, I swore I could still hear them. Knuckles rapping against cabinets, a wet breath just behind my shoulder. My name whispered in voices I both recognized and didn't, overlapping like a broken record. I drove until the fuel gauge dipped low, until my arms trembled from gripping the wheel, until the road spat me out at a ranger station. It was empty, closed for the night. I pulled into the lot, killed the engine, and sat there in the dark, chest heaving, trying to convince myself I'd outrun it. For a while, nothing moved. No knocks, no voices, just the groan of the RV as it cooled. I almost convinced myself I was safe. Almost. Until I noticed the condensation blooming on the inside of the windshield. Not from my breath. From many breaths, from mouths that weren't mine pressing close to the glass. I snapped, scrambling out of the driver's seat, throwing open the door, stumbling into the cold. My boots hit the gravel hard, the night air slicing my lungs. I didn't know where to go. The ranger station loomed dark, locked tight. The forest around me whispered with movement I couldn't place. And behind me, my RV sat silent, its windows fogged from the inside like something alive was breathing through it. I backed away slowly, each step deliberate, keeping my eyes on that fog. But when I reached the tree line, I caught sight of something else. A figure, not pale like the drowned ones, but solid, human. Ray. He stood just beyond the mist, lantern in hand, its light trembling as though the flame itself was afraid. He motioned for me to follow. I hesitated, torn between the known terror of my RV and the uncertain promise of his presence. But the pounding started again, this time not on metal, but in my head, a rhythm syncopated like the lake had found a way inside me. Knock, knock, knock. My vision blurred at the edges, nausea rising as the sound grew louder. Ray's voice cut through it, hoarse but urgent. Move, before they pull you under. I stumbled toward him, legs barely cooperating, the rhythm hammering behind my eyes. He grabbed my arm and half-dragged me through the trees, the lantern bobbing wildly. Branches whipped at my face, roots clawed at my ankles, but he didn't slow. I wanted to ask where we were going, but my throat was locked. Words caught beneath the pounding in my skull. Finally, we burst into a small clearing. A fire burned low at its center, ringed with stones, surrounded by the same offerings I'd seen earlier. Coins, carvings, scraps of cloth. Ray shoved me down beside it, his face stark in the flickering light. They can't cross fire, he muttered, tossing more wood onto the flames. Sparks shot upward, and for the first time all night, the pounding in my head softened. But they'll wait. They always wait. I doubled over, gasping, tears mixing with sweat on my cheeks. What are they? I choked. What do they want? Ray stared into the fire, eyes hollow. They want what they lost. Breath, warmth, memory, doesn't matter whose, so long as it's living. The forest pressed in around us, the mist swirling just beyond the circle of light. I could see shapes in it now, moving, circling. Faces flickering in and out like bad reflections, mouths gaping in silent hunger. And among them, I swear, I saw her again, my wife. Only this time, she wasn't pale. She looked whole, alive. She smiled at me the way she used to, and for a heartbeat, the fire wasn't enough to hold me. My body lurched forward, aching to step into her arms. Ray's hand shot out, gripping my wrist with surprising strength. It's not her, he hissed. It's never them. I tore my gaze away, choking on grief that felt raw, fresh, as though I'd lost her all over again. Why me? I whispered. Why now? Ray didn't answer right away. His face was gaunt in the firelight, eyes shadowed. When he finally spoke, his voice was low. Because you listened. Most people hear the knocks and look away. But you listened. And once you hear them, once you let them inside, you can't unhear. They'll follow until you give them what they want, or you burn out trying to resist. The flames crackled, throwing sparks into the dark. Beyond them, the mist thickened, the faces pressing closer as they have their movements syncing with the rhythm that still throbbed faintly in my skull. Knock, knock, knock. I realized then that leaving wasn't enough. Running wasn't enough. The lake had marked me, and no matter how far I drove, how many miles I put between myself and that cursed water, the drowned ones would keep coming. And the fire, we couldn't keep it burning forever. The fire was the only thing keeping me tethered to reality, but even that flickered as though the drowned one's breath was smothering it. Every gust of wind bent the flames low, shadows rippling across Ray's face until he looked like one of them himself, hollow, distorted, half swallowed by the dark. I clutched my knees to my chest, rocking slightly, my ears still echoing with the rhythm that refused to fade. Knock! Knock! Sometimes it was dull and far away like it came from the bottom of the lake. Other times it was sharp, rattling inside my skull like a hammer against bone. I dug my nails into my temples, whispering, "Stop! Stop! Stop!" But the sound only seemed to grow steadier, hungrier. Ray tossed another log onto the flames. Sparks snapped upward, defiant, but the fire barely flared. "You can't let them see you break," he muttered, not looking at me. "That's what they want. Fear makes cracks. Grief makes openings. That's how they get in." "I already feel like they're in," I said hoarsely. My throat ached, my voice raw. They knew my name. They knew her. Ray finally turned to me, his expression tight. "They'll use what cuts deepest. Don't mistake the hook for the fish." But I couldn't shake it. That face in the water. The voice, the smile that belonged to my wife alone. It hadn't been vague, hadn't been some blur of a memory. It had been her. The way her eyes crinkled at the corners, the faint scar on her chin from when she fell off her bike as a kid. Details the lake shouldn't have known, and yet it did. "How long have you been here?" I asked, searching Ray's face for answers. He stared into the flames as if they were the only thing keeping him upright. Too long, he whispered. Long enough to know that once they've chosen you, time stops mattering. Days blur, nights stretch. You don't escape, you just delay. A silence settled, heavy as stone. The mist pressed closer, the pale faces flickering at its edge, their mouths working soundlessly, their eyes empty pools. I could almost believe they were harmless if not for the hunger radiating from them. A hunger that wasn't just for flesh, but for something deeper, for memory, for breath, for the very thread that tethered me to myself. What happens if the fire goes out? I asked, though part of me already knew. Ray's jaw clenched. Then you either run or you join them. His bluntness made my stomach twist. I stared at the fire, at the way the wood blackened and collapsed into glowing ash, and realized how temporary it was. Everything we were doing was borrowed time. I can't live like this, I muttered, running, waiting, knowing they're just waiting too. Ray's gaze cut to mine, sharp. Then don't. Find another way. People used to say the lake was a doorway. Maybe it still is. Maybe the only way out is through. His words lodged in me like splinters. A doorway. I hated the thought of stepping toward what had nearly drowned me in grief just hours before, but some part of me, stubborn, reckless, desperate, latched onto it. If the lake had called me, maybe I could call it back. Maybe I could face it head on instead of letting it gnaw at me from the edges of my sanity. But another part of me, the part that still trembled at every knock, screamed that it wasn't courage, it was surrender. The fire cracked sharply, making me flinch. When I glanced at Ray, his eyes were glassy, his face drawn. For the first time since I'd met him, I saw how thin he was, how his skin hung on him like wet clothes, how exhaustion pulled at his features. You've been feeding the fire a long time, I said softly. Haven't you? He didn't answer, didn't need to. The silence was enough. He was a man worn thin by years of running, of staving off something inevitable, and I realized with a chill that if I stayed with him, I'd become him. Sitting by flames until my body broke, my mind frayed, and the drowned ones claimed me anyway. I stood, swaying slightly, the fire casting my shadow long and sharp across the clearing. I can't stay here. Ray's voice cracked. If you leave that fire, you won't come back. Then maybe I don't want to. The mist churned as though it had heard me. Faces leaned forward, pressing against an invisible barrier, their mouths splitting wider, teeth glinting faintly in the dark. The rhythm surged in my head again, faster now, pounding, urgent. Knock, knock, knock. Ray grabbed my wrist, tang, his grip trembling but fierce. Don't make their mistake, he whispered. Don't let grief blind you. I met his eyes, and for a moment I saw not just fear but something else, envy, as though he longed for the choice I was about to make, a choice he'd been too afraid to take himself. I'm already blind, I said, my voice hollow. They made sure of that. I tore free of his grip and stepped beyond the firelight. The mist enveloped me instantly, cold and damp, curling into my lungs like smoke. The faces swirled closer, their features flickering in and out, but none of them touched me. They parted, leaving a narrow path toward the lake. I should have turned back, but my feet moved as though pulled by strings, my chest tight, my ears ringing with the chorus of voices that had once haunted me from a distance but now roared inside me like a tide, and threaded through them, clearer than all the rest, was hers. Eli. The shoreline appeared through the fog, the water black and endless. Ripples spread outward from the center as though something below had just shifted. I stood at the edge, toes inches from the water, heart hammering so hard I thought my ribs would crack. Behind me, I heard Ray shouting, his voice muffled and desperate. I didn't turn. Couldn't. The lake demanded my eyes, demanded my attention. The water stilled. For a breathless moment, it was as smooth as glass, reflecting only the faint light of the moon. Then it broke. A hand surfaced, pale and dripping, followed by an arm, then a face. Her face. My wife's. She reached for me, eyes shimmering with the love I'd buried with her, lips forming words I couldn't hear but could feel, and my grief surged, overwhelming fear, overwhelming reason. For that moment, All I wanted was to believe. But as her hand neared mine, I noticed something. The water didn't ripple around her, didn't cling or drip as it should. She wasn't rising out of it. She was part of it. Her skin blurred at the edges, her features too fluid, too perfect, like a mask stretched over something deeper. The spell cracked. My stomach lurched as clarity sliced through the fog. I stumbled back, nearly falling, heart slamming as the voice in my head twisted. What had once been her tender call now broke into dozens of overlapping shrieks, their hunger exposed. The water erupted, hands and faces spilling upward, the drowned ones pulling themselves higher, crawling toward me on limbs that bent wrong, that stretched too far. I ran. The mist clawed at me, voices chasing, the rhythm now a pounding roar. Knock, knock, knock. I crashed through the trees, branches tearing at my arms, the ground slick beneath my boots. Behind me, I could hear them. Wet footsteps, dozens, slapping against the earth, always too close. The fire was gone when I reached the clearing. Snuffed out. Only smoke curled from the stones, and Ray was nowhere to be seen. The drowned ones were still coming, and there was nowhere left to run. The clearing spun around me, the air thick with smoke and mist, my chest heaving like it was about to split open. The drowned ones surged closer, pale bodies half-formed, their limbs jerking as though the strings of life had been cut, but something else was yanking them upright. They crawled and stumbled over the earth, their mouths wide, pulling air they didn't deserve, sucking at it with a hollow desperation that made my own lungs tighten in revolt. I stumbled back from the cold ring of stones, my boots sliding in ash. "Ray," I shouted, my voice cracking, but there was no answer. The forest swallowed my call, and I knew in my gut he was gone, or worse, that he hadn't left at all, only joined them. The drowned ones spread out, encircling me. I could see their eyes now, milky but glinting faintly in the fire's dying glow, like fish caught under ice. And behind them, taller shadows stirred, things too large, too wrong to have once been human. The lake had taken more than just swimmers. It had kept them, reshaped them. The knocks came again, but now they weren't distant or rhythmic. They came from inside me. Each thud slammed against my ribs as if my heart itself was beating in time with theirs. Knock, knock, knock. My vision blurred with each pulse, the world bending, edges warping. For a moment, I couldn't tell if I was still standing in the clearing or sinking beneath the black water. I clenched my fists, nails biting my palms, forcing the pain to anchor me. "No," I growled through gritted teeth. "You don't get me." I ran. I don't know which direction I chose, only that my body hurled itself into the trees, tearing through brush, ducking under branches that clawed like skeletal hands. Behind me came the wet slaps of bare feet, dozens of them, faster now, too fast for things that should have been dead. Their voices shrieked and wailed, no longer trying to trick me with tenderness, but ripping through the night like jagged glass. My legs burned, my lungs seared, but adrenaline dragged me onward. The forest opened briefly onto a slope of loose rock, the kind that had no grip, and I half slid, half fell down it, my palms tearing open on sharp edges. Pain flashed white hot, but it didn't matter. Nothing mattered except movement. At the bottom, the trees parted, and suddenly the lake was in front of me again, its vastness a black mouth yawning open. The mist had thickened until the stars above were gone, the moon erased. It was just me and the water. And them. They spilled from the tree line like a flood. Dozens, maybe more, their bodies breaking apart into vapor and reforming, faces stretched into grotesque smiles. Some crawled on all fours, joints bending backward. Others dragged themselves across the ground with arms too long for their torsos, their eyes fixed on me, unblinking, and their mouths gaped wider as if tasting the breath pouring ragged from my lungs. I stumbled back toward the water's edge, my mind screaming that I'd trapped myself. But another voice, one quieter, steadier, cut through the panic. A doorway. Ray's words. The lake wasn't just hunger. It wasn't just a grave. It was a threshold, and maybe the only way out was through. The idea terrified me, but so did standing still. I stepped forward until the cold licked at my boots, my entire body trembling with a fear so deep it felt like my bones might crack under it. The drowned ones slowed, circling, their shrieks softening into low moans. They wanted me to turn, to run, to fight. But I didn't. I let the water take my ankles, the chill burning like knives. The lake opened. It didn't ripple. It didn't splash. It parted, smoothly, impossibly, as if it had been waiting for me all along. Beneath the surface, the blackness shifted, and for the first time I saw depth not as absence, but as invitation. A stairway of nothing leading into more nothing. The drowned ones froze, their eyes wide, their bodies twitching violently at the edges. The moans turned to hisses, angry, desperate. They couldn't follow. Not here. Not yet. I drew a shuddering breath and stepped deeper. The water closed around my calves, my thighs pulling heat from me with greedy precision. My chest seized, panic rising, but I forced myself forward. When it reached my waist, I thought my heart would stop. When it reached my chest, I couldn't feel my fingers anymore. And then the voices stopped. Not faded, stopped. The silence was absolute, pressing, suffocating. The drowned ones no longer screamed behind me. They only watched, their mouths open in soundless rage. The mist pulled tighter around the shoreline, as if recoiling from what I'd done. One more step, and the water sealed over my head. Cold consumed me. Not just skin deep, but marrow deep, a freeze that clawed its way through every nerve, every thought. My eyes snapped open, and there was no up or down, no surface or bottom, only black. Black and the faint glimmer of faces around me, hundreds, thousands, drifting like pale leaves in a current. They weren't screaming now. They were whispering. Thousands of voices threading through the water, weaving into one chorus. Words I didn't know, words my body understood anyway. Promises, threats, lures. I wanted to fight, to thrash and claw my way back to air, but I didn't. Something in the silence held me, stilled me, as if the water itself cradled me in cold arms. And for a heartbeat, a terrifying, blinding heartbeat, I felt peace, the kind I hadn't known since before she died. Her face appeared before me, clearer than ever. Not distorted, not blurred, just her, whole. She reached out, fingers brushing mine, warmth sparking against the cold. My chest ached with longing, with love that had never found an outlet since the day she left. But then I saw her eyes. Not brown, like they should have been. White. Blank. Reflecting only the endless dark. I screamed into the water, bubbles ripping from my lungs, tearing the illusion apart. Her face shattered like glass, breaking into 100 others, men, women, children, all pulling, all clinging, trying to drag me down into the black with them. And I fought. I kicked, I tore, I pushed upward with everything I had left, the weight of their hands clinging to my clothes, their nails raking my skin. My chest felt like it would explode, my vision closing in at the edges, but I kept clawing, kept fighting, until air. I burst through the surface with a ragged cry, lungs seizing as I gulped in mouthfuls of cold night. The mist still choked the shore, but the drowned ones were gone, not watching, not waiting, just gone. I dragged myself onto the rocks, collapsing, coughing water and blood into the dirt. My body shook so violently I thought my bones might rattle apart. Every muscle screamed, my head pounded, but the knocking was gone. For the first time in days, the silence was real. I lay there until the horizon began to gray, until the mist thinned, until the first birds dared to sing again. And when I finally pulled myself to my feet, skin raw, clothes torn, I knew two things. The lake had let me go, and it had not done so out of mercy. I didn't leave immediately. I sat on the rocks, watching the lake in a way I never had before. Not as a destination for solitude, not as a scenic stop along a road trip, not even as a body of water, but as something alive. Something older than I am, older than anyone I've ever met. Something that takes without asking and gives without promise. The sun rose slowly, bleeding pink and orange across the black water. And yet, despite its beauty, I didn't feel relief. Not yet. I felt the weight of what I'd survived, of what I had almost become. The lake hadn't just tested me, it had pulled out the rawest parts of myself. The grief I had hidden, the loneliness I had carried like armor, the desperate longing for a life that was gone, and held them up for inspection. I thought about my wife. Her face had been the lure, and in that moment I understood. The drowned ones didn't just haunt you, they reflected you. They force you to confront what you've buried, the pain you've ignored. They don't take you because they're cruel. They take you because the cracks in your soul are already there. Ray had said the lake was a doorway. I don't know if I crossed through it or if I simply survived standing on its edge, but something inside me shifted. My fear remained, it always would, but it had transformed. The terror, the grief, the desperation became something else. Awareness. The awareness that life is tenuous, that love is fleeting, that what we cling to may vanish, and yet we keep moving forward. I limped back to the RV, the early morning chill cutting through my soaked clothes. It looked harmless now, parked exactly where I had left it, as if the horrors of the night were nothing more than a dream. But I knew better. I knew the truth. The lake had etched it into me. Every ripple, every knock, every voice in the dark. I had seen the threshold. I had seen the reflection of my own despair. And I had stepped away. Driving away, the road wound and curved as it had before, but I saw it differently. Each tree, each bend, each ridge of rock seemed to whisper lessons I could not ignore. Life, I realized, is not a straight path. It is a series of curves, some beautiful, some terrifying, some that lead us into darkness we cannot anticipate, and yet we drive forward. We navigate the unknown with trembling hands, hearts full of longing and fear. I never saw Ray again. Maybe he had succumbed to the lake. Maybe he found his own doorway and crossed through. I don't know. But I carry his warning with me still. The drowned ones look for cracks. They prey on grief. They find the parts of us we think are safe, hidden, untouchable, and they will come for anyone who listens too closely, anyone who believes that loneliness or regret can remain buried. I learned something else that day. The lake, the drowned ones, the terror, it was never about running. It was about presence. It was about confronting the shadows we carry and acknowledging them without surrender. I survived because in that moment of absolute fear, I chose awareness over avoidance, pain over denial, truth over illusion. I also realized that fear is a teacher, not always a gentle one, not always forgiving, but indispensable. Because when we face what terrifies us, we discover something about the architecture of our souls. I discovered that mine, though cracked, could still hold, could still resist being dragged under. That even in the deepest, darkest waters, something inside me could float, could fight, and I could remember the light. Even now I feel the pull, the rhythm of water in the night, the faint whisper in an empty room, the echo of a name that should not be known. The lake does not release easily, and memory is persistent. But I walk forward anyway. I travel anyway. I live anyway. Because life is movement, and movement is resistance. I think about those who will camp at Crater Lake, who will step onto its shores unprepared. I do not wish to frighten them. I only wish to offer a truth. Respect the water, respect the shadows, respect what you cannot see. Trust your instincts. Listen to your fear, not as an enemy, but as a compass. It is trying to guide you through the darkness, through the mist, through the echoes. The lessons of that night are etched into me more deeply than any scar or memory I have carried before. Solitude is not safety. Silence is not peace. And yet, even in those terrifying truths, there is a kind of clarity. There is a kind of resolve. And there is life. Fierce, unyielding life, demanding to be lived fully, even when terror presses against us like the cold weight of deep water. I still camp. I still travel. I still chase the quiet, the roads less traveled, the forests that seem to lean in and whisper, but I do so differently now. I carry awareness with me. I honor the lessons of fear. I do not ignore the knocks in the night, nor do I chase what calls me from the depths. I let the water keep its secrets, and I keep mine. Some nights, when the wind is right and the stars are hidden, I can almost hear the lake behind me, breathing, waiting, whispering. And sometimes, if I am very still, very attentive, I hear the faintest echo of my own name. not calling me, not tempting me, but reminding me that I survived, that I endured, that I stepped into the shadows and came out whole enough to remember the sun. Fear, I have learned, is a mirror. It shows us what we carry, what we have lost, what we might still find. It is not a wall to hide behind, but a path to walk through, however trembling our feet, however ragged our breath. And for anyone who loves to wander, to camp, to seek solitude and freedom in the forests, the mountains, and the lakes of this country, know that the world is alive with unseen things. Respect them, honor them, and above all, do not flee from the fear that asks you to see yourself truly. Because it is only when we confront the echoes of what we cannot face that we discover what it truly means to live. And I live. I always live. Even when the drowned ones wait, even when the lake remembers, even when the night calls my name, I live, and I move forward.